Supremacy Games. Chapter 776 to 800. Chapter 776, Blasted into Oblivion. It looks like Landlord has decided to join the crowd in the forest, Sage Marshall said while pinpointing the camera on Felix. He could be seen free falling from the sky above the forest. With a single scan, Felix had spotted two humanoid red auras engaged in combat below him. Felix had recognized that the red auras belonged to an orc and a vampire after using X-ray vision on them. Vampire might possess the same height and body figure as humans, but their skeletons were still a bit uniquer than them. Knowing that he would be found out soon if he crossed the 100 meters height, Felix glided away from the fight location. When he was about to collide with the trees, Felix fired off multiple bursts of electromagnetic waves, creating a small field around him. The waves reacted against the weak repulsive nature of diamagnetic materials around him, allowing Felix to levitate above the ground. Thud. Felix quickly deactivated the electromagnetic waves, knowing that his energy was being consumed at a rapid pace due to the weak diamagnetic materials around him. In other words, they were extremely low in iron minerals to assist him in levitation. Good, they haven't noticed me, Felix thought as he watched the ongoing fight from at least a kilometer. Instead of remaining here, Felix rushed towards them while making sure to make as little noise as possible. He wasn't worried about being found out since he still had 14 minutes more on his camouflage. In a short while, Felix could be seen lying on his stomach while on top of a massive branch. The leaves and branches had him completely covered, allowing him to zoom on the battle that was a few hundred meters away. Blood coral! Felix exclaimed in his mind after realizing that the vampire fighting the orc was Mananangle's champion. Felix truly did not expect running into him this early. Well, if he didn't commit a 30 kilometers teleportation, he might have never met him until the second phase like he anticipated before. I should take him down now before he regroups with Sunny and partner against me, Felix decided in a heartbeat. He didn't actively seek a fight with champions this early, but he could not reject such a free ambush opportunity. Meanwhile, Mananangle and Saurus didn't seem too pleasant by the current development. They might be looking down on Felix in public to irritate Thor and Ramongander, but they knew that Felix shouldn't be underestimated. He had displayed that he was capable of fighting against a winter wolf in a hand-to-hand battle. In addition, he survived a successful assassination. They would be fooled to be still giving him shit before other primogenitors. That's why they refrained from commentating on Felix's upcoming ambush. They couldn't afford another slap in the face. While Felix was watching the fight and planning ahead his next move, Blood Coral was going full ham against the destroyer. His platform name was written above his head as a tag. Save yourself the trouble and just surrender, the destroyer shouted at Blood Coral while swinging a gigantic spiky club in his direction. Whoosh whoosh! Two shockwave blasted at Blood Coral, forcing him into taking cover behind a towering tree. Tisk, his armored artifact is really a pain in the ass. Blood Coral clicked his tongue in irritation as he eyed the bulgy orc. He was wearing a brown armor that was covering his entire body. It was affixed with at least 5 futharks with different colors. This artifact had made it almost impossible to pierce the destroyer's skin. Orcs were already known for having a thick skin that was hard to penetrate. Adding an armored artifact with a weapon artifact had boosted their strength by at least 40% in the games. So, they shouldn't be underestimated at all. Come on out, you blood-sucking bat! The destroyer cursed as he charged barbarically at the tree. Blood Coral created a gooey string from his blood and shot it at the next tree. Then, he pulled himself swiftly like a spider and began examining the destroyer from above a branch. He had a red horrific scythe placed above his shoulder. It had long sharp bloody teeth and 3 red futhark stones attached to its handle. The blood cursor. Felix frowned after spotting the weapon. He had seen from Blood Girl's previous games what this weapon was capable of. Felix had trained hard against Blood Girl's copy to avoid getting touched by it. That's because the instant the scythe's teeth touched his skin, they would sink in and inject Blood Girl's blood into his bloodstream. When that happened, it would be a fight against his own body to expel the foreign blood cells before they end up killing him from within. If I want to take him down, I need to strike his feet. Blood Coral pondered while staring at the destroyer's feet. He was wearing shoes that weren't part of the armor. Since he didn't see a futhark attached to them, he knew that they were just regular shoes. Let's begin. After figuring out his target, Blood Coral started bombarding the destroyer with sharp weapons made out of crystallized blood. Boom boom. The destroyer smashed them apart easily with a single wave by his club. The ones that landed on him didn't even scratch his armor. The destroyer had chosen to enhance the armor durability and toughness with the attached futharks, instead of giving it a few useless abilities. Blood Coral really at his wits' end here. Sage Marshall commentated, the destroyer is known for pushing his opponents into despair by his indestructible defenses. Uncaring about the scene he was projecting to everyone, Blood Coral kept on bombarding the destroyer from every direction. The destroyer carried on breaking them apart into little pieces that fell on the ground. While the destroyer was busy swinging his club left and right, those little pieces melted and returned to their original form. Then, the blood drops began merging together while turning gooier. Soon, they shaped up as a red blanket on the ground, unbeknownst to the destroyer. Enough! You are just wasting our time. The destroyer shouted furiously while still blocking the useless barrage, either fight or leave. I am fighting. Blood Coral smiled faintly while jumping from the tree branch. Finally, the destroyer entered a swinging stance, preparing to smash Blood Coral into oblivion. Alas, just as he wanted to swing his club, a bloody red gooey blanket launched from beneath the dead leaves and covered his face. The destroyer didn't even try to remove it from his face, knowing that Blood Coral was just a few meters above him. So? He swung his club even though he couldn't see shit. Unfortunately, Blood Coral expected as much and changed his direction mid-flight by pulling himself into another tree. Before his feet touched the wood, he projected another gooey string at the ground near the destroyer and drew himself in that direction. It didn't take even a split second for Blood Coral to land near the destroyer's feet and assault them with his scythe. As he predicted, the shoes weren't artifacts. They got ruined immediately and exposed the destroyer's feet into the dreadful teeth of the blood cursor. Slash. Inject. Not wasting this opportunity, Blood Coral injected triple the usual dose of his blood into the destroyer's bloodstream. The blood traveled from the handle and touched upon the futharks, adding 3 types of deadly poisons to it before they reached the teeth. Only then did the blood enter the destroyer's bloodstream and began raining havoc. You bloody C*NT! The destroyer ripped the gooey blanket apart in fury after sensing that his bloodstream had been contaminated. Whoosh! Immediately, he attempted to strike on Blood Coral. Alas, Blood Coral didn't get greedy and retreated just in time. After he landed on a tree branch, he eyed the destroyer, who seemed to be breathing ruggedly. Save yourself the trouble and surrender, you are done for. Blood Coral used the same words against the destroyer. F*CKY cough. Cough. The destroyer leaned against his club and began coughing large amounts of gooey black blood. He could feel that his organs were shutting down one by one rapidly, like his body had been hit by the worst plague ever recorded. The destroyer has been had beautifully by Blood Coral. Sage Marshall praised. Now, he just needs to chill from distance and keep controlling his blood externally to cause as much damage as possible. Just like humans, vampires also had their own unique styles of fighting. Some of them preferred using their semi-morphing and fight up close with their claws and sharp fangs. Some preferred fighting from afar with blood projectiles. Meanwhile, Blood Coral had mastered the corruption type of fighting. As long as he injected his blood through his opponents, they were done for unless they could get rid of it in the first second. Alas, it wasn't that easy. The foreign blood cells merged with the destroyer's bloodstream, making it almost impossible to remove them without harming his own blood cells. As expected, the destroyer had ended up surrendering against his will after feeling that his heart was about to blow up. Another elimination in the bag. Blood Coral relaxed a little after seeing the destroyer turning into light particles while flipping him a big green middle finger. Alas, the moment he lowered his guard, Felix blinked right behind him akin to a ghost and punched him at the back of his head with a fist covered in void energy. Blood Coral didn't expect to be ambushed right after he won a hard-fought battle. This resulted in him being unable to evade the punch in time. Boom! His head was blown into oblivion while his body got hurled away and smashed into the opposite tree and remained stuck there for all to see. The viewers could only stare at Felix wiping his bloody hand with dazed expressions. They knew that Felix's ability to blink behind opponents was too overpowered and would result in this outcome. Yet, when it happened right before their eyes, they still were left speechless by it. It happened so fast, Sage Marshall was still congratulating Blood Coral over his victory. 1 down, 2 more to go. Felix thought indifferently as he eyed Blood Coral's corpse. He really couldn't get any more dead. Chapter 777, An Embarrassing Early Exit. The primogenitors immediately turned to the Manananggal, wanting to see his reaction over his champion's early exit. He was literally blasted into oblivion before he could even use the trump card prepared for him by Manananggal. Seeing that Manananggal was trying very hard to keep his calm, Thor and Jay, Ramongandra couldn't help but break the silence by a mocking snicker. "Champion my ass!" Thor sneered. He lasted even less than that random winter wolf. There was no way Thor wasn't going to rub salt in Manananggal's wound in front of everyone. "Give him a break." Jay, Ramongandra smiled. At least, his champion defeated that orc. Yes, we should thank him actually." Thor nodded with a pleased expression. He just handed our cutie a free elimination. Erebus and the others couldn't help but sympathize with Manananggal after seeing that Felix had gotten 3 eliminations added above his head. Eliminations were transferable after all. That's why Felix didn't need to rush himself and attempt to steal the destroyer. All he needed to do was wait until Blood Coral lowered his guard and harvest everything at once. Feeling proud? Hey, your champion used Lord Cow's abilities in the ambush. Wendigo decided to back Manananggal after such an embarrassing display. He had been told by Manananggal that his champion was given a rare scroll that was capable of killing Felix by a horrific mental attack. Alas, he couldn't even use it. Most likely, even if he used it, Felix would be just fine. After all, his mental defenses had been boosted to an unfathomable degree. The Darkin faction had no idea about his visit to the Loftus Dust Kingdom or his void abilities. If they did, they would have strategized another plan against Felix or at least warned their champions about it. But now? They could only try to salvage what's left of Manananggal's face. It's actually quite humiliating. Saurus added to the fire. Your champion has used Lord Cow's abilities more often than yours even though he has 2 limited manipulations. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to brag about it. What he said did make some sense. If Felix killed Blood Coral by using poison or lightning, then his 2 masters had the right to brag about it. However, when he used void abilities, only Lord Cows could claim credit over this. Unfortunately for the Darkin faction, Thor had absolutely no shame whatsoever while Lady Sphinx and Jay, Ramongandra were more practical. Cry me a river. A kill is a kill. Just be ready to cough out your treasures at the end of the game. They commentated at the same time, not giving a crap about his low-cost insults. F***ing shameless pricks. Saurus cursed under his breath. That's enough, we are just embarrassing ourselves more. Manananggal spoke with Saurus telepathically. The only way we can redeem ourselves is by having your champion win this game. Don't worry about that. Saurus smiled faintly. She can sense the distortion in space instantly. The moment that little sh*t tries to ambush her by his void blink, he will get himself killed. Felix's blink might appear like an instantaneous teleportation, but in fact it left a few markings that could be used as a giveaway. The moment he blinks, space gets disoriented in his exit to prepare for his arrival. if Blood Girl's senses were heightened to the limit, he would have noticed the disorientation and evaded before Felix appeared. Too bad, Felix had chosen the perfect moment to ambush. It was known fact that almost everyone lower their guards the minute they won a hard fight. After all, fights required utmost concentration and attention, so, when it ends, it's expected to lose such peak concentration. Anyhow, Sunny was different. Heightened senses or not, she was a gravity elementalist. She was more sensitive to anything related to space, dimensions, and even time. I hope he blinks near her. Saurus smiled coldly as he eyed Felix chilling above a tree branch. He will be delivering himself straight inside her gravity domain. Let's hope it goes that way. Wendigo frowned. We can't afford to lose 2 games against those buffoons. After Felix's successful ambush, he decided to lie low for now. He had 5 eliminations and that ensured his entry to the 5th round in the second phase. However, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be looking for free targets in the forest. Sunny and Exodial have been placed in the desert region. Felix wished, it will be best if they fought against each other before we meet in the lake. Exodial had been pretty active in the desert. Felix knew this due to the terrorizing explosions occurring periodically. If he had to guess, most of the players should have been forced to migrate to another region, fearing for their lives. He was completely right. Only Exodial and Sunny are left in the desert region. Sage Marshall gave a forced laugh. Exodial have really kicked everyone from an entire region. When the camera was spotted on Exodial and Sunny, one was seen flapping his humongous wings towards the volcanic region, while the other hovered towards the rainy forest. Unluckily, they didn't cross path as Felix hoped for. Before long, the second round ended and the map began shrinking yet again, forcing the remaining players to edge closer to the center. As before, the execution round didn't take anyone. In fact, all the remaining players had the correspondent kills to survive it. Still, only 19 players remained on the island. When Sage Marshall highlighted all of them in the screen, some had more eliminations than the others. Regardless, the lowest elimination score was 3 and the highest was 6. Surprisingly, it belonged to Phantom Eye. He had gotten such numerous elimination due to killing one of his own inside the Shadow Realm. The Shadowborns had no issue killing their own if it served their benefits. Since this was a battle royal and only one player was going to win it, Phantom Eye decided to act first and get rid of one his brothers. Erebus was more than happy about it since his descendant was topping the charts in a game for other Primogenitors champions. I am starting to think that my descendants might actually clutch this game. Erebus chuckled. Keep dreaming. Saurus snickered, he can't even assassinate my champion or Cherif's champion. Since the start of the game, neither Sunny nor Exodial had landed on the ground. One was flying continuously and the other was immune to gravity, making her levitate freely in the sky. How could Phantom Eye assassinate either of them when their shadows were cast on the ground? He already tried and failed to kill little Felix. Thor added as well, trust me when I say that he will never succeed again. You guys are just being haters. Erebus grinned, we will see who will emerge victorious at the end. Oh? What do we have here? Aspidicelone raised his eyebrows in surprise after noticing that Sunny was moving in Felix's direction. She had just entered the rainy forest, so she was still tens of kilometers away from him. However, she was moving towards his location like she could see him. Based on her speed, she would reach him in 20 minutes at best if she wasn't interrupted. Speaking of the devil, the instant Sunny crossed a few kilometers through the forest, she was intercepted by an Exonian. He was standing above the tip of a tree while donning a Dimaru one and carrying a sheeted katana on his belt. Unlike the executioner in Felix's previous game, this Exonian was carrying a real katana. It was an artifact that had 3 grey futharks engraved on its blade. An Exonian with his real katana was a whole new level of terror compared to the executioner. Lady Sunny, shall we have a go? The Exonian bowed his head respectfully. Are you certain, Mr. Celerity? Sunny titled her head to the side as she said softly, your speed means nothing to me. I know it will be a hard battle. Mr. Celerity eyed Sunny with a serious expression, that's why I am seeking it. How can I restore my race's lost honor if I hide from the strong and fight the weak? Well said. Sunny smiled faintly, I hope you won't regret your choice. Never. 1. A unique Japanese samurai armor war during the Heian period, 794-1185. Chapter 778, Eager to Fight. Never. Whoosh. The moment Mr. Celerity said so, he fell from the tree uncontrollably, hitting every branch on his way to the ground. Thud. In a few seconds, he smashed into the ground and remained affixed on it like he was carrying a mountain on his back. Impossible, I was 100 meters away from her. Mr. Celerity exclaimed in disbelief as he kept eating dirt against his will. He knew that Sunny's external manipulation range shouldn't be more than 60 meters. At least, that's what she demonstrated in her previous game. Sunny had struck first. Sage Marshal shouted, who would have expected that her external range to be already at 100 meters. Come on now, Mr. Celerity. Sunny spoke with a frustrated expression, don't tell me that's all you have? I merely increased gravity level by 10 folds. She might have made it sound like it was nothing, but Mr. Celerity was truly struggling to stand up on his feet. Still, he wasn't that incompetent. After a few attempts, he finally managed to adapt to the gravity level and stand back up. Alas, just as he attempted to escape from the affected zone, Sunny snapped her finger casually. Then, Mr. Celerity became a weightless feather floating into the air after the gravity force been turned into zero. Before he could get used to it, Sunny returned the gravity force to that hellish level. Mr. Celerity could only eat dirt again while thinking of ways to escape from such a shitty experience. His stomach was turning upside down while his head was starting to feel dizzy. Unfortunately, Sunny seemed quite bored and decided to entertain herself with him. Thus, she kept switching between the gravity force levels playfully until Mr. Celerity was forced to vomit against his own will. Sunny had just demonstrated that it didn't matter which player was against her, no one was capable of dealing with gravity properly. I told you that you will regret it. Sunny sighed with a disappointed expression before floating away, leaving Mr. Celerity completely unconscious in his own vomit pool. He had lost the moment he miscalculated her external manipulation range and was caught within her gravity domain. Luckily for him, she didn't even bother to kill him. She simply kept traveling on her journey through the forest, heading towards Felix. Sunny's gravity manipulation is really on another level compared to other Austrians. Sage Marshal commentated on such a one-sided humiliation. He knew that Mr. Celerity must have practiced against Gravity Elementalist and knew what to expect. Alas, Sunny was on another level. No other Austrian in the game was capable of increasing gravity in a zone by 10 folds from at least 100 meters. Even Felix wasn't capable of controlling poison externally from such a far distance. His affinity wasn't that monstrous yet to feel poison particles that far. It seems like Saurus has assisted her in improving her affinity drastically after the previous game. Thor commentated with a serious expression. Indeed, Felix will struggle immensely if he fought her based on the intel he had on her. Lady Sphinx supported. No wonder Saurus never seemed worried about her even when he saw Manananggal's champion fate. Ramongandra said. They ought to feel a little distressed about Felix's incoming fight against Sunny. He was already struggling to win against her copy in the UVR based on her previous game data. Now, she had improved drastically to the point she was capable of playing with a proud Exonian from 100 meters. Still, they merely felt a little distressed, not completely being convinced that Felix was going to have his ass handed to him by her. None of them forgot that Felix owned an ultimate ability that was desired by even primogenitors. The moment Felix decided to use it, no one would be capable of killing him. 15 minutes later. The fourth round started under the cheers and excited yells of the viewers. The island had already been shrunken to the point only a few kilometers of each zone were still standing proudly. Since this was the second phase, the time between the rounds had been reduced to merely 10 minutes. This was going to put immense pressure on the players to resume their hunt and secure an elimination to avoid the execution, especially when most of them owned 3 eliminations. For now, only 1 player had been removed in the final round, bringing the total of the players to 18. In fact, it was Mr. Celerity who decided to surrender after being spared by Sunny. His pride and honor had made it impossible for him to bear continuing playing the game after such an embarrassing display. Meanwhile, Felix could still sit out until the 5th round if he wanted, since he had 5 eliminations. Nevertheless, Felix wasn't planning on doing so. He had taken a long break already. Let's see, who will be my next victim? Felix thought as he pushed his infrared vision a bit further. Since the rainy forest had only a few kilometers left in its landmass, it wasn't that hard to cover it entirely. Soon, Felix found out that only 7 players remained in the forest. Either the rest moved to the center to get a head start or moved to the other regions after it got too crowded. Felix reasoned while examining the remaining players. Hey! Is that Sunny or one of the other 2 Austrians? Soon, Felix managed to spot a humanized red aura with a set of wings flying in his direction. He knew that no one in the game had such a unique shape besides the Austrians. After all, the humanoid red aura wasn't even flapping its wings. Realizing that she would be above his head in less than 2 minutes, Felix decided to leave as fast as possible. His camouflage potion's effect had already expired. He was now as exposed to the players as they were to him. Felix understood that Austrians were capable of locating objects and people by their gravitational waves. Although those waves were far too small and almost impossible to discern without proper technological tools, the Austrians were capable of such a thing. As he was jumping from a tree to another while in his supersonic mode, Felix was making sure that he was circling Sunny. He wasn't running away because he wanted to avoid her, but he preferred being in a predatory position. Naturally, his escape didn't go unnoticed by Sunny. In fact, since the start of the game, she was moving towards every player that transmit the same gravitational waves as Felix. She had him marked before the game even began. Same acceleration as I have seen in the practice room, it must be him. Sunny narrowed her eyes in direction of Felix. Felix's supersonic mode was quite unique. Sunny had made sure to memorize everything about Felix since she knew that losing wasn't an option. Ancestor has invested heavily on me to win this game, I can't let him down. Without a hint of hesitation, Sunny chased after Felix at the speed that transcends sound. Her crystal butterfly-like wings were shimmering, leaving behind a beautiful trail. Is this a chase? Sage Marshall was forced to place his attention on Sunny after seeing her being super active for the first time in the game. When he checked the players in her direction, he realized that no one but Felix was there. He was actually running away. This is a chase. Sage Marshall got hyped immediately. Sunny is going after Landlord. The viewers got excited as well, expecting a fantastic fight between those 2 monsters. Why is he running away? Is he afraid of her? King coward. He only knows how to ambush others. Most fans of other idols began cursing and booing out loud after seeing that he was on the run. It looks like he is trying to circle her. The Fang commentated while zooming on Felix's direction. He was watching the game with the other guild leaders. Well, she is after him now, there is no point in trying to ambush her. Winfried said. Felix thought the same too. When he looked behind him and saw that she was after his tail, he figured out that it was Sunny instantly. No other Austrian was that eager to commit to hunting him without a personal problem. She really wants this fight to happen. Felix murmured while increasing his speed. This time, he wasn't circling her but going straight towards the grass field between the forest and the lake. He didn't know if she was being too confident due to her pride as Austrian, or she had something to rely on. But since she was pushing for this fight to happen, Felix wasn't going to back down. In a few seconds, Felix jumped from the last giant tree and landed on a green grass field that stretched to the horizon. He scouted left and right and saw that the field was all for himself. So, when he had gotten a bit deeper, he stopped and waited for Sunny's arrival while wearing his symbiote suit. It's actually happening. Landlord was merely baiting Sunny to the grass field. Sage Marshall commentated with an excited expression. Chapter 779, Running Away for the First Time. Oh, Felix, what have you done? Thor sighed. He realized that Felix had led Sunny to the grass field to avoid having others butting in their fight. Unbeknownst to him, he had just made it more difficult to deal with Sunny. Felix was acting based on the intel that Sunny's external manipulation was capable of reaching 60 meters at best, not a whopping 100 meters. The worst thing you could do against an elementalist, that possessed such an overwhelming range, was giving them space and clear view. Felix was going to learn that lesson today the hard way. She's here. Felix narrowed his eyes at Sunny, who just crossed over the forest. She was still a few kilometers away, but the leveled grass field made it easy for Felix to zoom on her. Felix wasn't nervous at all. In his mind, he had practiced enough against her in the UVR and had prepared unique strategies to take her down. After seeing that she had crossed the half-kilometer line, Felix covered his head with the symbiote suit, leaving only his hands exposed. Void Seekers. Soon, they were engulfed in purplish energy, ready to be fired. Felix decided to wait until she reaches the 100 meters line before launching them at her. Alas, the moment she reached the 300 meters line, she stopped moving towards him. Then, she lifted her palm above her chest and smiled charmingly at Felix. Is she greeting him? Boom! Before Felix's confusion could run for long, he got smashed into the grass like he got just stepped on by a giant. When the dust settled, the dumbfounded viewers didn't know how to react when they saw Felix lying in the center of a giant palm print. It was at least 3 meters deep in the ground, making it appear quite vivid even from a distance. What has just happened? Dizzy and bewildered, Felix couldn't even comprehend that he had just been attacked by Sunny. The weird palm strike didn't cause much damage to him due to his symbiote suit protecting him, but he was still shocked to his core. Alas, Sunny didn't intend to wait for him to figure things out. Boom! Boom! She followed her previous palm strike with 2 more, this resulted in him getting buried at least 7 meters deep in the ground. It was normal for such a result when each attack was carrying at minimum 20 times the Earth's gravity. Felix was literally being smacked by invisible gravity in the shape of a palm. He should honestly feel grateful that he was above dirt instead of a hard surface, otherwise, the outcome wouldn't be just a pretty palm print. Meanwhile, the viewers were still unable to process what had transpired, just like Felix. They were already shocked silly by Sunny's 100 meters range, thinking that she was a monster for reaching such a height at a young age. But now, she just demonstrated her real range. It was truly mind-blowing. 300 meters range, I can't believe it. Sage Marshall expressed with a disbelieving look, only Radiant ranked players and above possessed such an unfathomable range. Even Lady Sphinx, Thor, Jay, Ramongandr, and the rest of the primogenitors were surprised by Sunny's external manipulation range. They knew that she was still young and shouldn't have gotten this level of improvement, unless her elemental affinity was monstrous while receiving significant help from Saurus. Holy, I don't even want to imagine how many resources and time you invested to get her this far. Erebus expressed. A lot. Saurus chuckled while eyeing Thor and Jay, Ramongandra's worried expression, but it was worth it. Before, Thor and Jay, Ramongandra merely felt bothered that Sunny had enhanced her range to 100, it was surprising, but they were confident in Felix's ability to win against her. But 300 meters? That's a whole new level of terror. To put it into perspective, Felix's poison external manipulation had a range of 20 meters. Yet, he was still proud of it because it wasn't easy to increase the range. Felix had never thought that he would fight against someone with such a level of mastery. At least, not until he climbs to the Radiant rank. Now? He was just being pushed deeper and deeper into the ground without a single reaction. He was utterly overwhelmed. How the f*ck am I supposed to fight someone from 300 meters? Felix's plans, practice, strategies, everything was thrown into the dumpster after such a mind-boggling revelation. 300 meters, it sounded like a short distance that Felix could cross it in a second with his supersonic mode. But Felix knew that regardless of what speed he moved it, Sunny was going to have the entire 300 meters diameter on a gravity lockdown. In other words, it was her gravity domain and Felix would be her b*tch anywhere on it. How could he sprint if there was zero gravity? How could he launch anything at her when it would be brought down to the ground by increased gravity? Even if he blinked behind her and tried to assassinate her, Felix knew that it would fail horribly. He was informed by Lady Sphinx that Astrians enjoyed sensitive senses to space distortions. This entailed that the moment he blinked, Sunny would be preparing a surprise for him at his exit point. As for void domain, Felix's maximum range was 100 meters, and he couldn't move with it since he needed to keep his hand within the void realm to sustain it. At the moment, it was the perfect defensive ability that would protect Felix from literally anything. But as offensive ability, it was as useless as a knitted condom. He had already figured out that he was unable to make smaller versions and launch them as projectiles. The instant he lost contact with his void domain, it disappeared for some reason unlike his other abilities. So, Felix was truly at his wits' end here. Boredom. Let's get the f*ck out of here before thinking of something. Although he was under an insane gravitational force, Felix still managed to turn his head and stare at the blue clear sky. Then, he blinked a couple of kilometers above the ground, finally escaping from that horrid gravitational pressure. Thank God Landlord possessed a teleportation ability. Otherwise, he would have been stuck for eternity there if Sunny wanted. Sage Marshall expressed while pointing the camera at Felix, who was free falling. Sunny had noticed his escape too due to his gravitational waves giving him away. Whoosh! Not giving Felix a break, she flew towards him, hoping to intercept him in his fall. God damn it! Not wanting to f*ck with her without a plan, Felix zoomed on the furthest tree from him and blinked again. This time, he had put a real considerable distance from her. Still, when he turned around, he saw that she had changed her direction and began heading towards him akin to a relentless stalker. This had assured Felix that regardless of where he blinked, she would always be after him. If it was any other champion, this might seem excessive, but this was Saurus's champion. It wasn't far-fetched to assume that he was being hunted based on his orders. Ha ha ha! Is that all he got? Seeing Felix's cowardly actions had truly delighted Saurus. Unlike your retarded champions, Felix knows when to retreat and when to strike. Thor snickered, don't be rush, your champion's death is drawing faster than you expected. Alas, if only Felix's actions supported Thor's overconfidence in him. He was still running from Sunny while using supersonic mode, making him get booed by the majority of the viewers. Even Felix's fans felt a bad taste in their mouth at the sight of Felix escaping with his tail between his legs. They were used to watching him demolish everyone in his path, either through his wits or fists. There was never a player who forced him to such a disgraceful scene. Honestly, Landlord did the right thing. Sage Marshall defended Felix with a heavy sigh. Fighting against Sunny is the same as fighting against a Radiant player. She might be lacking in other departments, but her external manipulation is as terrorizing as theirs. Don't forget that he is just a Platinum player. Sage Marshall, it is already a great achievement to fight against Diamond-ranked players, don't even mention a Radiant player. What he said did make sense and was completely logical. Alas, it didn't change anything, though. The other viewers just wanted to mock Felix while his fans were traumatized by seeing him running away for the first time. Will Felix be alright? Olivia asked with a worried tone as she watched Sunny chasing after him like a homing missile. It's Felix, he knows what he's doing. Sylvia tried to comfort her, but she was also getting slightly worried at him. She couldn't even fathom how it was possible to fight against someone who was capable controlling gravity from 300 meters. Gravity wasn't like ice, poison, or fire, it was everywhere on the island, allowing Sunny to control it externally without needing to use her elemental energy. That was just too terrifying. Chapter 780, An Epic Artifact. Meanwhile, Felix didn't care about anyone's reaction to his retreat, he simply kept sprinting as fast as he could while avoiding areas with players nearby. At the same time, his mind was going overclocked, trying to figure out a method to eliminate Sunny. Poison is useless in this fight while lightning could pack a punch if an attack landed on her. Felix eliminated poison immediately, knowing that he would never be capable of killing her with it. Whether in gas, liquid, or solid state, gravity would always overpower his poisonous abilities. The same applies to most elements. Felix knew that Sunny always shielded herself with a small gravity field that had an outrageous gravitational force. Based on what he witnessed in her many highlights, most projectiles drop into the ground or burst into light particles immediately after touching the defensive gravity field. So, his poison abilities would never touch her as long as she had the gravity field protecting her. On the other hand, lightning abilities were fast enough to penetrate Sunny's gravity-attracting force and land on her. My fourth active ability can also make her gravity field obsolete and kill her instantly. Felix frowned his eyebrows. However, if I used it and failed to kill her, I might never have another chance to hit her with it. Felix still possessed a fourth active ability that he never used before or was required to pull it of. It could be said to be his strongest offensive void ability in his arsenal. In this fight, Felix knew that it would be his trump card and saving grace if used effectively. While the viewers were booing and Darkin faction were throwing insults at Felix's masters, he was calculating the best strategy to win him the fight. He wasn't planning on stopping until he was satisfied with it. Hence, minutes went by and the chase never stopped. In fact, Felix had crossed over the rainy forest and was about to reach the heart of the desert region. Since he had a limited amount of stored lightning, he couldn't sprint forever at his supersonic speed. So, when his tank was about to be exhausted, he stopped using it and kept sprinting normally. The moment this happens, Sunny began gaining grounds on him. I don't know what kind of vendetta Sunny had over Landlord to ignore everyone and keep chasing him, but he better teleport away if he wants to avoid dying. Sage Marshall advised. Shit, if the first human to join the diamond rank died on his first game, the other humans wouldn't be encouraged to step up. Sage Marshall clicked his tongue in criticism. Meanwhile, the humans' viewers began feeling slightly embarrassed by Felix. They were used to having their few players showing a disgraceful gameplay in Universal Platform, but not from Felix. Sigh, he should have just retired like the other four instead of giving us false hope. He must own a surrender coupon from his winning streak, just use it and end our agony. He will be caught soon anyway. I doubt it, he still had his teleportation ability, if he wanted, he can taking her on a ride across the entire island for hours. Almost everyone believed that Felix's strategy was to tire Sunny out by using his speed and teleportation. When she gets bored from chasing him, she would switch to another target. It was a shameful plan, but it would work eventually. After all, the execution rounds would force Sunny to focus on other victims. Just as they began thinking that Felix intended to run forever, he suddenly turned around and blinked a few meters next to Sunny. He shocked everyone by his abrupt assault but not Sunny. Boom! The instant he appeared, he was smacked into the desert by a gravity palm. As expected, a gift was waiting for him at his exit even when he blinked abruptly. Your teleportations won't work against me. Sunny spoke faintly as she tightened fists. Before Felix could blink away, she connected them gently. Simultaneously, Felix felt like a god had just punched him from below and above. That's what happened when you get hit by a gravitational repelling force and attracting force at the same time. One was pushing the other, Felix being in the middle felt like he was in a grinder. Since it was impossible for gravity to repel something, Sunny had to get creative and use her elemental energy to achieve the opposite effect of gravity. It was impossible for her to change the laws of the universe, but when it came to elemental manipulation, it was doable. Boom! Boom! Just like a ball in a ping-pong table, Felix was being punched around by invisible gravity fists, coming from every direction. Every time, Felix attempts to adapt to her punching sequence, his efforts ends up in vain when she turns gravity force into zero, giving him a horrible feeling in his stomach. Just blink away and surrender. You can try again next game. It's hopeless, no one can kill her beside Exodial. His ego is going to get him killed. His fans lost faith in Felix's making a comeback after seeing him being played like this. When he blinked inside her gravity domain, they were all hopeful that he did so with a plan in mind. They watched Felix for a very long time to understand that he was always fighting with a strategy in place. But after seeing such a one-sided thrashing, they lost hope for the first time. In their eyes, only Exodial was capable of killing her. After all, a single condescend fire sphere was enough to delete her from existence, not caring about her gravity domain. Your suit is really tough. Sunny commentated casually while floating closer to Felix, who was struggling to escape from her grasp. "Ha, why do you think I am not scared of you?" Felix sneered telepathically. It wasn't easy to secure a symbiote suit since there wasn't enough to go around. Felix had to ask a favor from Queen Allura to reserve one for him by using her established connection. It might be uncomfortable and heavy to wear, but when it came to its defenses, it was 10 times better than his obscured suit. That's why he didn't bring it with him even though he paid billions for it in the auction. Too much hassle to wear 2 defensive suits. "So, you think that my gravity attacks are too weak to break through its defenses?" Sunny inquired. "I don't think, I am certain." Felix smirked. Gravity was an annoying element to deal with and could put almost everyone into despair. Still, just like every element, it had a weakness. That was its offensive prowess. Sunny was simply increasing gravity force to cause harm. Usually, this was enough to handle most players since not everyone was tough to handle a drastic increase in gravity levels. Their bones would be crushed by sheer pressure. However, against monsters like dragons and heavenly turtles, she would be having an awful time hurting them unless she was capable of creating a harrowing gravity pressure that could affect cosmic beings. While Felix was wearing the symbiote suit, he possessed enough protection to handle whatever gravity pressure Sunny was capable putting out. "You think I didn't come prepared to deal with your symbiote suit even after seeing you have it? Meet Dark Stallion." Sunny chuckled while beaming a long pitch-black spear that was engraved with 10 futharks. Felix went quiet all of a sudden after seeing such soul-chilling artifact. The head was fairly large, narrow, and pointy at the end. It was made of unfamiliar dark material while attached to a long metal handle. The 10 futharks were engraved all over the spear, giving it a bizarre appearance. Each was colored differently, providing the artifact with a unique ability or enhancement. This weapon clearly was one of a kind. 10 futharks, that's an epic forged artifact. Sage Marshall drew a deep breath as he exclaimed, "It cost at least 600 billion SC and remarkable connection with a Grandmaster Forger." In diamond-ranked games, epic, rare, and fine-ranked artifacts were allowed. Still, everyone was bringing just rare and fine artifacts with them. That's because, it was almost impossible for them to get their hands on a Grandmaster Forged epic artifact without having a good connection. It wasn't that easy to procure a favor from a Grandmaster when they possessed almost everything. They could be said to be ranked even higher than Sage Witches in terms of how hard to get a relation with them. While others thought that Sunny had gotten it from a Grandmaster, Felix was certain that Sunny was just handed the artifact by Saurus. He had seen in her highlights that she never used a weapon before. This meant, it was prepared just for him. "You really went all out for this game." Thor narrowed his eyes dangerously at Saurus. Chapter 781, His hardest battle ever. "So what? Sue me." Saurus scoffed. There was an unofficial rule between the primogenitors that forbid them from giving out too much for their champions. Primogenitors had plenty of remarkable treasures lying around, from scrolls, artifacts, potions, etc. So, it was deemed improper by them to give such treasures to their champions. It was for the spirit of the games and sportsmanship. After all, winning was important, but it wasn't as important as actually getting entertained. Still, this was just an unofficial rule that could be ignored. It seems like Soros had no issue looking bad in front of his peers by breaking it. He is really desperate for a win. I am kinda cheering for that human kid now. It's doubtful if he can still win this after that weapon has been brought out. The primogenitors chattered as they watched the current development in the battle. Instead of throwing the spear at Felix, Sunny merely pointed it at him and subjected it to a tremendous gravity force. Phew! The spear fell with a terrific speed at Felix, scaring the shit out of him. He immediately teleported outside of Sunny's gravity domain, knowing that the spear was most definitely going to penetrate his symbiote suit. It was weak against piercing type attacks, which meant that he couldn't play this slow anymore. Without hesitation, the instant Felix appeared on the other side of his blink, he aimed his palm at Sunny and discharged a thick lightning bolt at her. SZLZLZLZ. It moved so fast, it landed on Sunny before she could react against it. A direct strike. Sage Marshall shouted in surprise, not expecting that Felix's aim could be good enough to hit Sunny from such a far distance. When Felix's fans saw that Sunny was emitting smoke, their eyes brightened up in delight. Alas, before their hope could be restored, Sunny brushed off the smoke like it was nothing. As expected. Felix smiled bitterly after seeing that she was wearing a tight silver armored artifact underneath her dress. It was engraved with 3 lightning resistance futharks, boosting her elemental defenses to a whole new level against Felix's lightning abilities. What the F***ck is this crap? Malik couldn't help but lose her shit and curse loudly. She is literally geared against Sir Felix. Nietzsche expressed hatefully. Did he screw her over and bailed on her or what? This is too much preparation against him when there are literally 98 other players. Eric banged the table furiously. The entire squad felt that Sunny had taken it too far with her preparation against Felix. A spear with enhancing penetrative futharks and an armor with lightning resistance futharks, even an idiot could see that something was going on behind the curtains between those two. Alas, they had no idea about the Champions Games and could only speculate on what Felix had done to Sunny to end up being treated like this. Will you surrender now? Sunny smiled at Felix while having the dark spear hovering around her. In her eyes, she had Felix completely countered. Poison was useless due to her gravity. Lightning was useless due to her armor. Symbiote suit was useless due to her weapon. Lastly, void abilities were useless due to her sensitivity to space. What else could be done? What else could Felix think of to beat her? At least, everyone else was completely stumped and believed that Felix had no other option but to surrender or buy time by teleporting away continuously. Aren't you worried? Mistress Candace asked Asna while serving her a drink. Asna was chilling near a pool lady Sphinx's house while watching the stream live. She seemed carefree and at ease like Felix wasn't going through one of his hardest battles ever. Nope. Asna replied causally while taking a sip, my Felix will come on top eventually, no matter how the odds are stacked against him. It looked like only Asna had this absolute blind belief in Felix's capabilities. She spent the longest time with him and gone through much shittier situations. As she assumed, Felix didn't retreat again. He discharged another lightning bolt at Sunny while at the same time blinking near her. Sunny got her sight hindered by his attack, but she didn't really rely on it to figure out Felix's exit point. Boom! So, she ignored the smoke and delivered a gravity palm at Felix's exit point, resulting in him getting smacked in direction of the ground. However, before he reached it, Felix aimed his hand at Sunny with great difficulty and projected another lightning bolt. SZLZLZLZLZ. If Sage Marshall slowed his attack in the screen, the viewers would notice that the lightning bolt was wrapping a tiny bit as it traveled towards Sunny. "You are just wasting our time," Sunny said calmly while blasting off her dark spear at Felix. Phew! Felix ignored her and blinked in the opposite direction, then, he discharged a lightning bolt at her yet again. Alas, the same outcome emerged, Felix on the ground while the dark spear heading towards him at a supersonic speed. For the next half a minute, the same sequence of fighting was on a repeat. Even the dullest viewers started predicting Felix's next move. "Sigh, the fight is pleasing to watch but, it just feels useless, like it will result in nothing," Sage Marshall commentated while shaking his head in disappointment. When he saw that Felix refused to admit defeat, he honestly expected a miracle to occur. Felix's fans, who were used to Felix making astonishing comebacks, knew that a miracle wasn't far-fetched in his situation. Sadly, the current fight screamed of desperation and hopelessness. Even Sunny began feel irritated by Felix's teleportations and getting zapped once in a while. Sure, the armor helped her absorb most of the electricity, but it still hurt a bit. So, the instant Sunny saw Felix blink to another location, the first thing she did was move slightly to the side, wanting to avoid getting hit by his incoming lightning bolt. Hey! However, instead of a lightning bolt greeting her as always, Sunny felt an intense fluctuation in space around her location. Shit! Without an ounce of hesitation, Sunny dashed swiftly away, not caring about attacking Felix. Good thing she trusted her instincts and moved away, otherwise, she would have been split in half after a void rift got opened in her previous location. What a twist! Sage Marshall immediately hollowed in excitement. Landlord has used his void rift as an offensive ability. The viewers were shocked by it, not expecting that a void rift could be used to attack someone. Meanwhile, the primogenitor sighed in disappointment. Was this his reason for repeating his attacks? Trying to get Sunny to lower her guard then kill her with a void rift? Saurus scoffed in derision. He really has grown dumber in the past 4 years. Who could blame him for thinking like this? It was an established fact by now that Sunny could sense fluctuation in space. So, she would be truly a moron to be hit by a void rift when the fluctuations it made were quite intense. So, this was your final act? Sunny spoke with a tone filled with ridicule after seeing that Felix was displeased by his failed attempt to kill her. She was always on her toes even when she held all the cards in her hand and Felix seemed at his wits' end. She had watched enough highlights of him to understand that he was an intelligent and quite cunning player. So, she always expected him to make a final attack and was prepared to evade it. Let's see you continue bubbling after this. Felix ignored her mockery and opened another void rift on her location. Alas, just like before, she easily dodged it. Still not giving up, Felix kept opening void rifts one by one each time she stopped. It got to the point, more than a 50 void rift from all different sizes were opened in a single area. Are you done? Sunny said with a disdainful tone while eyeing Felix breathing ruggedly on the ground. He had his arm inside a void rift, clearly fueling up his lost energy after such a useless attempt to take her down. Oh no! Landlord is out of void energy. Sage Marshall shouted, he can't use his blinks anymore. Without blinks, Felix was like a mouse inside Sunny's gravity domain. Felix's fans all knew so, making them hollow at him with tearful eyes. Just surrender. You did more than enough. Alas, Felix didn't even budge. You can die now. Sunny wasn't planning on watching him fuel up his tank when presented with such a wonderful opportunity. She pointed her finger at him and propelled her dark speak akin to a missile at his head. Felix couldn't even dodge it normally since he was being pressured by an insane level of gravity force. Felix eyed the incoming spear with an agitated expression that was zoomed in by the camera, making the viewers and Sunny believe that he was finally at his wits' end. But in reality, the stage has been set. Felix was smiling coldly from within. Chapter 782, calculated to the last millisecond. Boom! The dark stallion smashed through a dune, raising a gigantic sand cloud in its path. The sand cloud made it impossible for the viewers to find out what happened to Felix. However, Sunny knew that he had blinked away from danger at the right moment. He has enough to pull one more blin, hey? Where is he? Sunny's carefree expression was stiffened after realizing that she couldn't sense Felix's exit point from his blink. In fact, she couldn't even sense his gravitational waves that gave away his location all the time. Soon, the tens of void rifts around her closed simultaneously, creating a chaotic space fluctuation all around her. Sunny didn't care about it as she was smiling widely at the thought that Felix should have surrendered to avoid the Dark Stallion. Queen, did Landlord surrender? Alas, just as she wanted to ask for confirmation from the Queen to put her heart at ease, she was forced to swallow her sentence after her instincts screamed at her to evade. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A magnificent and horrific dark purplish beam pierced her chest from behind, creating a giant gaping hole for all to see. A split second later, there was nothing else to be seen as Sunny had been disintegrated out of existence, leaving not a single particle behind. She was utterly deleted by that purplish beam. A moment later, Felix walked out of a void rift while still wearing his symbiote suit. He eyed Sunny's previous location and said indifferently, "Not so talkative now." Then, he walked towards the Dark Stallion and picked it up. He placed it above his shoulder and walked through the desert towards the center of the map, appearing like a lonely traveler. Meanwhile, a deafening silence fell in the stadium the moment Sunny got exterminated. The stadium wasn't the only place that went as quiet as a graveyard. The Primogenitors Council, the stream chat, and every public place where the game was streamed on. Everyone had either their eyes bulging out of their sockets or jaws widened, too stunned to react at what had just transpired. A second ago, they were waiting for either Felix's death or his surrender. Instead, they were given an scene of Sunny getting deleted by a purplish beam that appeared out of nowhere. The contrast was too overwhelming for most viewers, making them unable to process the current development quickly. "Good kid." Lord Chaos smiled faintly as he murmured a praise. Since no one was speaking, the primogenitors were broken out of their daze instantly. They all looked at Lord Chaos' reaction and couldn't help but nod in agreement with pleased expressions. "Ha ha ha. As expected of my student, everything has been mapped out by him before his first blink." Thor laughed while clapping his hands thunderously, too excited to care about his behavior. "Not a bad strategy." Lady Sphinx smiled as she eyed Felix walking away from his fight location. "Your little champion is sure cunning all right." Siren praised while chuckling, "He even fooled me for a second." Indeed, he didn't fake his assault once but twice. Truly a brilliant strategy and terrifying patience to carry it out. Kumiho, Aspidicelone, Erebus, and the rest of the primogenitors all shared the same opinion as Siren. They didn't care about Wendigo, Mananangal, and Saurus, who looked like they had just swallowed a fly. The primogenitors were all intelligent and quick-witted individuals. So, the instant they saw the purplish beam, they had connected all the dots of Felix's strategy. "Oh, you guys seem a bit too stunned." Thor grinned widely as he ridiculed, "Should I explain his strategy? Maybe it went over your thick heads." Saurus and the other two could only stare at him with murderous bloodshed looks, feeling too infuriated by the Sunny's death to deal with Thor's insults. They weren't stupid, they realized that Felix had been building for his last attack from the very first blink. While they managed to figure out Felix's strategy, the rest of the viewers were left absolutely stumped. "Replay. Replay. I need to know how he did it. Holy sh*t, my lord coming out with the clutch. I never lost belief in him. I always knew that he was up to something. Just how? And what is that purplish beam?" The viewers went absolutely bonkers in the stream chat, demanding Sage Marshall to replay the latest scene. The live spectators weren't any better as they kept chanting either Landlord out loud or a replay. Knowing that everyone would go insane if he didn't give them the replay immediately, Sage Marshall didn't carry on with his plan to analyze the scene first. He swiftly replayed the last scene in a slow motion while commentating excitedly, settle down already and open your eyes widely this time. Sage Marshal highlighted Felix with a different color, so the instant he disappeared, he would be caught in camera this time. In a few moments, Felix was caught blinking a short distance behind Sunny to avoid the dark stallion. Hey! Holy shit! Of course! At the start, everyone was surprised to see him highlighted behind Sunny but not appearing in the camera. However, when they saw the purplish beam emerging from within a tiny void rift, the dust cleared in their minds. Brilliantly done! Sage Marshal enlightened the dull viewers passionately. Landlord has blinked within the void realm and then commenced his attack. Sunny didn't realize it because she can't detect his gravitational waves when he is in a different dimension. Sage Marshal added swiftly, Landlord was smart enough to close all the void rifts simultaneously, creating a chaotic fluctuation in space to confuse her even more. He made sure to attack from a tiny void rift that was hidden behind her, making her unable to predict that she will be assaulted from there. Last but not least, he saved that horrific purplish beam until she was convinced, hell, until all of us were convinced that he was at his wit's end. The more he clarified, the clearer Felix's strategy began to surface in everyone's minds. When they managed to see the final picture, they couldn't help but feel awed by his cunningness and extraordinary patience. Now I see why he kept hitting her with lightning bolts repeatedly. He wanted her to believe that he doesn't possess any other ability that could harm her. Olivia laughed happily. That's not all. Sylvia added with a faint smile, he disguised his void rifts as attacks, so he would have a reason to pop them all over the field. Indeed. Sophia nodded. Sunny thoroughly ignored them when she saw that he was out of energy, not knowing that he was faking his exhaustion and agitation. Though, I don't know why he went this far to attack her with that purplish beam. Leo titled his head in confusion, it looked pretty fast and deadly to me. I doubt that B*TCH could have evaded it if he attacked her with it instead of a lightning bolt. Well, his confusion did make sense. Felix could have blinked behind Sunny and used that attack after getting her used to lightning bolts. She might not bother to dodge, believing that her armor would protect her as always. Did you see what happened to Sunny when she was touched by it? Edaf reasoned, such an overwhelming and destructive attack must require some sort of condition or preparation. He might have guessed, but if Felix were with them, he would have totally agreed. What he used was his fourth active void ability, it was called Void Beam. It was a beam that gets fired from his void eye, it was potent enough to penetrate almost anything and everything. It could be considered as a weaker version of Void Domain since its potency rivaled the purest void energy in the universe. Because it was this potent, it was only natural that it required the correspondent fuel. Hence, Felix needed to be within the void realm, powering it while absorbing the energy simultaneously. This took at least a second before the void beam was ready to be fired. How could Felix hit Sunny with it if he just teleported right behind her? Or if he didn't try his best to fool her that he was left with no choice but to surrender? That second of momentarily happiness that Sunny felt when Felix disappeared out of her radar was all he needed to fuel his void beam and deliver it. Everything was calculated to the last millisecond. Chapter 783, 3 Overlords. Who would have thought that Landlord will turn from being at a risk of elimination to the top scorer in one moment? Sage Marshal commentated while displaying Felix's elimination score above his head. Since he had killed Sunny, all of her elimination were transferred to him. Felix now possessed 10 eliminations above his head after inheriting 5 from Sunny, her death included. This entailed that he was completely safe from all upcoming execution rounds. Smart, going to the lake now to avoid unnecessary fights. Zazia mentioned while watching Felix sprinting towards the center of the island. Felix had just gone through one of the nastiest fights ever. There was no point in continuing to fight after going through that, especially, when he had qualified to survive through all rounds. Seeing that it was going to be a peaceful time with Felix for the next few rounds, Sage Marshal swiftly switched the camera to other ongoing battles. His priority was the current 2 other monsters in the game, Exodial and the Sleeper. It is always chilling to be viewing those two behemoths in action, Sage Marshall said while placing the camera on the sleeper. Majority of viewers couldn't help but suck a deep breath at the sight of a gigantic turtle, swimming a few kilometers under the ground like he was in an ocean. The heavenly turtle race are the undisputed best earth elementalists in the universe, Sage Marshall said. Turning the hardened earth crust into a liquid was just another normal day to them. Right at this moment, the sleeper could be seen swimming underneath the grass field that was in front of the snowy mountain region. He was aiming at two players who were going at it like they were the only ones on the island. It looks like the sleeper is using vibration detection to steer himself. Sage Marshall grinned, prepare to witness horror. After saying so, he changed the camera angle to showcase a wider view of the battle. Boom! Crash! It was a heated fight between a female werewolf and a female vampire. Both of them were in semi-transformation and kept landing heavily injuring strikes on each other. Blood kept being sprayed all over the place, yet neither one of them decided to pull back and reassess their injuries. Drop dead, you nasty F***ing dog! The vampire cursed hatefully as she spat a torrent of sharp crystallized daggers at the werewolf. Since they were fighting up close, they truly posed a real threat. Try harder, SL*T. Still, the werewolf blocked them easily by hardening her fur, turning it into an armored coat. Not giving up, the vampire carried on her ranged assault mixed with her hand-to-hand combat. When it came to a fight between vampire and a werewolf, it was always this bloody and barbaric. It was like rationality exits the room and get replaced by pure instinctual carnage. Because both of them were in this state, none of them sensed the faint tremors beneath them. The sleeper was swimming only a couple of kilometers underneath them akin to a great white shark, waiting for the right moment to prey on them. The instant the sleeper felt that the tremors had gotten more intense, entailing that the fight had reached its critical moment, he launched his ambush. Rumble! Without warning, supermassive brown walls emerged from beneath those two, placing them in the center. The walls reached a whopping half-kilometer in height and closed in as dome instantaneously, casting eternal darkness upon them. F***ck. God damn it! The moment they were trapped, those two immediately dashed towards the walls with panicked expressions, wanting to break through swiftly. They knew who was capable of achieving such a feat, and they didn't dare to be near him. Alas, the sleeper wasn't that generous to let them go. Bye-bye friends, he said with a thundering voice from beneath the ground while finalizing his ambush. Hundreds of gigantic sharp brown spikes emerged from the walls and headed in direction of those two players. F***ck this. I am out. The instant they saw them coming fiercely, both them didn't hesitate to surrender. They were heavily injured from their battle, and they knew that it was impossible for them to block those gigantic earthly spikes. Even if they did block them, they were just the beginning of their nightmare. This is too terrifying. Olivia expressed with a worried tone, how can he create abilities in such a wide area? I thought that only Radiant players possess such a wide range and that Gravity Girl. Dragons and heavenly turtles are different. Sylvia clarified, they can't be compared with other races when it comes to their elemental manipulation. If it wasn't for so, they wouldn't be placed straight in platinum rank the moment they join the platform. Sunny's external manipulation range was truly a great achievement. However, for the dragons and heavenly turtles, they can unlock the same range immediately after turning into adults. They weren't called superior races for no reason. The universe took great care of them and showered with them plenty of gifts. Though, their population wasn't that noteworthy. The sleeper has claimed 2 more eliminations easily. Sage Marshall commentated, now, he has enough to avoid the execution rounds, what will he do? The moment he asked this question, the sleeper was spotted traveling towards the center of the island. It seemed like he intended to retire from the hunt just like Felix. Oh, it looks like Exodial is also planning to retire. Sage Marshall mentioned after switching the camera to Exodial. He was noticed flying towards the lake after blowing the volcano into oblivion, eliminating all the players within its tunnels. He was truly a walking nuke launcher in this game. After a couple of minutes, Felix was the first to arrive at the peaceful shallow lake. As seen in the game hall, the lake was leveled and shallow enough, the water didn't even reach his knees. It wasn't completely barren, there were many rocks and boulders lying around. Felix walked to a grey boulder that was placed in the center of the lake and sat on top of it while wearing his symbiote suit. Ever since that assassination attempt by Phantom Eye, Felix didn't dare removing it again, even when it was completely tattered and seemed like it wouldn't sustain another void blink. Queen, am I at the exact center of the island? You are 2 meters short to the right. Queen replied. Such basic information was allowed to be given to the players. Good. Felix smiled faintly as he eyed the crystal clear sky. He seemed completely carefree, like he wasn't worried about his upcoming fight against Exodial and the Sleeper. His attitude didn't run well with most viewers, thinking that he was getting ahead of himself after his last victory against Sunny. Still, his fans refrained from doubting him again, not wanting to get their faces slapped by their own idol. Soon, the 6th round started after execution round went through without casualties yet again. Meanwhile, the players' numbers had dwindled to barely 12, Felix included. As for the island, it had been shrunken to the point the other 4 regions almost disappeared. Since the central lake was connected with all regions by a spacious grass field, most players were left hanging around its edges. Surprisingly, no one is attacking Landlord even though he is sitting in the open. Sage Marshall said as he spotted the camera on Felix and the rest of the players. It looked like no dared to step closer when the lake was being inhabited by Exodial in the sky, Felix on its surface, and lastly, the Sleeper underneath it. Sage Marshall wondered, though, why isn't Exodial making a move too? As he said, Exodial didn't make a move on Felix even though he was in his line of sight, he just kept circulating around the lake patiently. He had a lazy look like the game was already won. The same applies to the Sleeper, he was too lazy to waste effort on killing Felix alone. He preferred to lie low until most players get forced to join them in the lake. As for the other 9 players, no one dared making a move against Felix when his kills were displayed above his head. 9 kills. 9 kills was more than enough to let them know that Felix wasn't posturing for the win by chilling above that boulder. He had earned his spot there unlike them with 7 kills or lower. In their eyes, it was much better for them to fight against other players than deal with his mysterious void abilities. Will you look at that? Winfried grinned widely, our president is sitting with the giants akin to an overlord claiming his territory. Such a sight was truly worth capturing and framing for most humans. A human just like them was seen with the same respect and fear as a dragon and a heavenly turtle. No matter how the game ends, Felix had at least made every human feel proud about their race. Chapter 784, The Last Remaining 5. Felix zoomed on the players exposed at the edges of the grass field. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise after realizing that only 1 player was missing. Were all Shadowborns taken out besides 1? Felix was truly surprised by this notion. He knew that only 12 players survived this far. Right now, all of them were in his line of view besides 1. Even the Sleeper, who was chilling a couple of kilometers underneath him. Unbeknownst to him, the Shadowborns had ended up eliminating each other within the Shadow Realm. The last one surviving was Phantom Eye. At this moment, he was hiding in the Shadow Realm while peeking from time to time. Since the lake and the grass field were open and leveled surfaces, there weren't many shadows to assist him. Should I make a move on him and eliminate him early? Phantom Eye thought while narrowing his eye at Felix. He was currently underneath a boulder shadow that was at the lake's shore. He knew that he could attempt another assassination at Felix by emerging from his shadow. No, something feels not right about him. Phantom Eye rationalized, he looks too carefree even though he was being surrounded by everyone from every direction. Phantom Eye had made sure to study Felix thoroughly before the game started, in other words, he had watched all of his games and saw what he was capable of. A player like him would never let down his guard like this if he didn't have something to rely on. Maybe, he intends to enter the Void Realm and hide there until Queen forces him out. Phantom Eye guessed. Phantom Eye knew that Felix could easily avoid the incoming chaotic fight by simply hiding in the Void Realm. No one could reach him, and he had enough eliminations to not worry about getting executed. In fact, this was Phantom Eye's plan. He had already reached 9 eliminations just like Felix and could remain hidden in his shadow realm. However, he understood that when the fight stopped for a long while, all the passive players would be forced out of their dimensions by Queen AI. This meant that the strategy to hide in other dimensions was good to save up energy until the numbers get reduced to the limit, but not a viable plan to win the game. Whatever, he is not my biggest problem now. Phantom Eye stopped bothering about Felix and peeked at Exodial. Whether he liked to admit it or not, he understood that his chances to win the game were abysmal due to Exodial. Exodial could simply wait until the map shrank to a small zone around the lake and then nuke it. If Phantom Eye get forced out of his shadow realm by the Queen due to his passiveness, he would be left with no choice but giving up to avoid turning into ash. He couldn't even attempt to assassinate him when his shadow was cast far from him. Shit, ending up against a dragon in a battle format is really unfair. Phantom Eye could only vent his frustration at the dragon's disgusting strength. Meanwhile, the rest of the surviving players were all thinking the same as they eyed Exodial. Before the game started, they all knew that if Exodial reached the last phase, the game could be considered as over for them. No one would dare remain in such a confined space while knowing that a nuke launcher was flying above them. They wished that someone might create a miracle and take care of him somehow before the third phase. Alas! They had to accept their reality. It looks like most of the players are getting cold feet from continuing this game. Sheriff chuckled, "Excuse my champion's overwhelming deterrence. I guess it's your win, brother Sheriff." Wendigo laughed, "You deserve to be congratulated early. Didn't your champions get owned in the game? Why are you still here?" Thor scoffed in annoyance at Wendigo and the other two. "Mind your damn business." Sora eyed him coldly. He was still livid that his heavy investment in Sunny went to waste. What's worse, his reputation with the rest of the primogenitors dropped a few points after he went overboard with gearing her up. "Don't interact with him anymore." Mananangal spoke telepathically, "Just ignore him and wait until his champion get taught a lesson." In their eyes, the game could go two ways. Either Exodial nuke the entire lake and exterminate anyone on it, or Felix would get turned into ash the instant he gets close to Exodial. Just like Sunny, Exodial also had a flame domain. Being inside it was the same as being within a 5,000 degrees furnace. All the players knew of its existence, even Felix. In fact, it was easily noticeable if one paid attention to Exodial's location. The heat was strong enough the air appeared wavy from a distance. This assured Mananangal and the other two that Felix would not be able to blink near Exodial and hit him with his void beam or other void abilities. If he launched them from outside his flame domain, Exodial would easily avoid them since his domain was even bigger than Sunny's. If he decided to stay passive, he would be forced out of his void realm by Queen AI and then get roasted with the others. That's the only reason they were still hanging around after being slapped in the face twice by Felix. They dearly wanted to see him get eliminated even if it meant relying on Sheriff's champions. They were that desperate for a win. While the viewers were waiting patiently for some action to begin, the other 8 players were still indecisive whether it was worth it to continue struggling for such an unwinnable game. As long as Exodial was flying above their heads, it didn't matter if they have gotten enough elimination to survive the next rounds. The outcome would still be the same, Exodial nuking the lake at the final round. They couldn't even ally against him since they had mere few minutes before the execution round starts. All of them required an elimination to avoid it. They weren't that cocky to believe that they could take down Exodial in a couple of minutes. In fact, they weren't even confident that they could take him down at all. *CK This, dragons should be placed straight in radiant rank, this is just pure bullying. A Pandian cursed with a vexed expression while disintegrating into light particles. He decided to be smart and get out while he still could. Just like a chain reaction, the rest of the players began dropping out one by one. They knew that the only one capable of going against Exodial was the sleeper due to his indestructible shell. Alas, by the time he decides to fight Exodial, they would be already dead. Unfortunately, it had to be like this. Sage Marshall sighed in disappointment after seeing that only 5 players remained. He expected a couple of exciting fights to weed out crowd. Sadly for him, the players were rational enough to recognize when to give up and when to push. The remaining players are Exodial, the Sleeper, Landlord, Phantomi, and lastly, Ant Colony Official N118. Sage Marshall pinpointed the camera at the Ant Official as he wondered, shouldn't he be the first to surrender? It was known knowledge that the Hive race were rational beings, who never let their emotions cloud their judgment. Hence, it was expected that he should be the first to give up when the odds to win this game were stacked against him heavily. His decision to remain had surprised even Felix and the other 3 monsters. Unbeknownst to them, the Ant Official already had a plan in his mind that could grant him a win if all the pieces fell through. Kill Landlord, secure qualification, ally with the Sleeper and hidden the Shadowborn, disable Exodial with a consciousness occupation ability, make the Sleeper throw him into the blue hue to be erased, break the alliance, kill the Shadowborn and fly away from the Sleeper until the blue hue kills him. Ant Official thought monotonously as he flew towards Felix with an expressionless look. His strategy was on the border of insanity, but it wasn't impossible. Sure, the odds were against him, but he had nothing to lose. If he failed, he could simply surrender and avoid getting killed. As for being able to mentally disable Exodial, it was doable. Dragons enjoyed high mental defenses, but against a diamond-ranked player of the Hive race? He would still get affected by them for a split second, though, that wasn't enough time for the Sleeper to throw Exodial into the blue hue. So, the Ant Official must have brought with him a potion or a scroll that would enhance his mental attack to a terrifying level that could impact Exodial for a few seconds. Are you being for real? Chapter 785, Acting Smart for His Own Good. Are you being for real? Meanwhile, Felix was left at loss for words at the sight of the Ant Official flying rapidly towards him. He thought that he would be left alone since everyone knew that he could simply enter the Void Realm if he felt threatened. Ant Official knew so as well, but he still committed with his plan, believing that Felix might underestimate his mental attack's range. In his mind, Felix wouldn't be able to survive even his weakest mental attack, so, he intended to attack him from his maximum range, not caring about its strength. Landlord must not underestimate Ant Official and hide now. Sage Marshall advised loudly. Felix's fans also screamed out the same, knowing that Felix's mental defense was his greatest weakness. They still hadn't forgotten how he was affected by B Official's mental attack in his previous game. Alas, no matter how much louder they chanted, Felix didn't even budge from his position. His pride will get him killed. Phantomi snickered as he kept an eye on situation. Meanwhile, the Ant Official was pleased to see that Felix had did exactly what he wanted. Still, he didn't show it on his expressionless face. 2,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters. He simply kept counting the distance between him and Felix. The instant he crossed 200 meters, his eyes turned bright red while staring straight at Felix's triangle-like pupil. Checkma. Alas, the instant he used a mental ability that sought to blow Felix's consciousness space into oblivion, he ended up receiving an immediate backlash like he had just smashed into a concrete wall. Hey, how? Thud. In utter bewilderment, the Ant Official fell into the ground in a rough manner. Yet, he was still staring at Felix with a bloodied widened eyes. He wasn't concerned about the nasty headache that assaulted him or the blood that kept surging from his orifices. He just kept staring at Felix's creepy faint grin, not daring to believe that a human had actually caused him a heavy backlash. He would have accepted if it came from a Pandian or other races known for having remarkable mental defenses. But a human? Hell, their mental capacities were even worse than some Tier 7 beasts. Alas, before he could regain his rationality over the absurdness of this situation, Felix lifted the dark stallion with his electromagnetism. Then, he took a deep breath and hurled it as hard as he could towards Ant Official, who was still suffering from a mental backlash. Boredom! The dark stallion broke through the sound barrier in a split second and appeared before Ant Official's face. PSHSHSHS. His head got utterly erased by the passing spear, creating a bloody cloud. He could neither dodge it in time nor request for a surrender due to how close he was to Felix. It was safe to assume that his lack of intel about Felix had doomed him completely. How could he know that Felix's mental defenses had received one of the best possible upgrades in the universe? A shaman ritual, psychic shield ability by Thor, and lastly a whopping 10 hours ritual by the matriarch. Felix's mental defenses were enough to handle even Radiant Hive race players. He had already tested it in the UVR against them and survived their attacks. So, why would he bother hide within the Void Realm when a measly diamond-ranked player wanted to attack his consciousness space? That's what happened when you act smart for your own good. Felix said lazily while stretching his arm behind his shoulders. The viewers looked at Ant Official's corpse and then switched back to Felix with their mouths left agape. The F***ck is this? Phantomai almost popped out of his shadow from shock when he saw Ant Official's end result. He saw the backlash's symptoms and realized instantly that Ant Official's mental attack had been blocked successfully. He refused to accept that a human possessed such an impressive mental defense. He knew that if it was him, he would have been killed instantly. That's why, he almost never showed himself in front of players from the Hive race. Don't tell me that Landlord's mental defenses have also surpassed humans' limits. How is this even possible? It's difficult to enhance humans' mental defenses by even a little. Maybe he used a wish to get a fairy ritual? There were rumors that he has been spotted in the fairy dimensional pocket. Impossible. Even if he used a fairy ritual, it should be at best from a shaman fairy. Indeed, many Origin bloodliners had received it and still can't even defend against mental attacks from Platinum-ranked players. I doubt even if he took the Matriarch ritual, it would still not be enough to close such a chasm between humans and the Hive race. Heated discussions over Felix's mental defenses carried out throughout the stream chats and the stadium. Increasing mental defenses for a human to such a degree was simply unheard of. They were told by Sage Marshall that Ant Official shouldn't have gone all out against Felix in his attack. But still, it should have been more than enough to break Felix's soul barrier like a sledgehammer smashed it. Even primogenitors doubted that Felix would have managed to get rid of one of his major weaknesses in a mere couple of years. However, because they knew that he had 4 primogenitors over his head, they believed that one of them had a hand in it. If it wasn't Lady Sphinx, then it should be Lord Cow's. Ha, the pot calling the kettle black. Saurus sneered as he eyed Lady Sphinx and the other 2. He believed that Felix must have been given a natural treasure to enhance his mental defenses by them or offered something to the fairy matriarch as a gift. Honestly, even if they did, it wasn't the same as giving an actual epic artifact like he did with Sunny. He knew so, but he still wanted to call them out. Go be a sore loser in some corner. Thor waved his hand at Saurus lazily, thoroughly ignoring him. UF*C. Be cool brother Saurus, be cool. Mananangal tried to calm him down, increasing mental defenses or not, nothing matters before absolute power. You are right. Saurus calmed down after a deep breath. He was usually collected and not easily ticked off by Thor's insults. Alas, today was truly too shitty for him, making it impossible to control his temper. Mananangal was the same as him. He was also burning inside with rage after such a shameful display by his champion. At least, Saurus's champion had put out a decent fight and actually made it seem like she could win it. Meanwhile, Blood Coral died without even glancing at Felix's face. Knowing that Felix had increased his mental defenses to an abnormal level made him even more pissed. After all, the mental attacking scroll that he had given to Blood Coral might have failed and embarrassed him even further. His day was literally going much worse than Saurus, but he kept his rage bottled up due to a single reason. He was 99% certain that Felix was going to meet either a nasty end against Exodial or surrender. To be truthful, Felix's current easygoing attitude was putting a dent on his absolute confidence that he would lose this game. He had been proven wrong many times now by Felix. He started feeling doubtful if that cockroach could even be killed in the games. Get it together, even if he inherited the best ability of Lord Chaos, he will not be about to use it effectively with his garbage elemental capacity. Mananangel assured himself. In this game, Felix had proven that he wasn't adequate to bring out Lord Chaos' true powers of his element. He always needed to refuel after using his abilities or preparing to launch a big one, like his Void Beam. So, in his eyes, it didn't really matter what kind of ability he inherited, the stronger it was, the more conditions and limitation it would impose on Felix. This would make it more useless to have than a weaker ability that could be used efficiently like Void Rift. Sheriff wasn't worried about Felix winning against his champion for this reason as well. At this moment, he could be seen smiling from ear to ear at the prospect of earning 5 treasures in a single game. It was truly a remarkable haul. Only 4 players remained. I wonder how they will play this. Sage Marshall split the screen into 4 portions and focused the camera on each one. Since they were in the third phase, each round had a mere 5 minutes duration. This entailed in 15 minutes at best, only the lake would be left behind. Even though all 4 of them were on it, it looked like no one intended to make the first move. However, because the Queen wouldn't allow them to remain passive for such a long duration, they all knew that one of them got to make some action to avoid being penalized by the Queen. Surprisingly, Felix was the first to make his move. "Good game, guys," Felix said with a faint confident smile. Chapter 786, The Emergence of the Ultimate Ability. Since Exodial, the Sleeper, and Phantom Eye were all far from him, no one heard him. However, the same didn't apply to the viewers. "Good game." Sage Marshall titled his head in confusion. Is he planning on giving up too? Before that thought could be rooted in the viewers' minds, Felix extended his arms to the sides, making him appear like an AT pose. Then, he opened a small void rift in front of his left hand. He put it inside the void realm and began absorbing void energy automatically. What is he doing? Is he really recharging his energy now? Exodial got curious from Felix's actions. What an idiot, hey? What's that? Phantom Eye was forced to swallow his insult after spotting a small spherical pitch-black orb emerging from Felix's other palm. It started expanding bigger and bigger until Felix had been engulfed within the dark sphere. Still, the expansion didn't stop. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The bigger it grew, the wider the primogenitor's eyes got. All of them were forced out of their seats as they kept watching the dark sphere keep devouring the surrounding lake like a black hole. VO. Void DD, domain, impossible. Mananangel stuttered with a disbelieving look. Cherif, Erebus, Siren, Aspidicelone, Wendigo, Saurus, and Kumiho, all of them shared the same look as Mananangel, not daring to accept what their eyes were feeding them. How could they accept it? Before them was the most desirable ability by every primogenitor. An ability that each one of them spent 100 million years trying to develop but to no avail. An ability that could turn them into one of the most feared primogenitors within the circle. An ability that only 4 primogenitors had it in their eyes. Yet now? They were seeing it get used in a game. An ultimate ability that struck fear in even primogenitors was being used against diamond-ranked players. This is unreal. It must be another ability. Slowly, they turned to Lord Chaos and saw that he was still donning that expressionless face, like he had no relation whatsoever to what Felix was doing. Is he really using Void Domain, Lord Chaos? Kumiho asked with a dazed expression. Lord Cao stared at them expressionlessly for a second before nodding in agreement. The moment they saw his confirmation, loud chatter broke in the council immediately. Are you being serious? Congratulations, Lord Cao. How did you pull it off? Most of them had thrilled looks as they congratulated Lord Cao for joining the other 4 primogenitors with their own elemental domain. It was normal for them to be excited since no further news about primogenitors unlocking their domain had surfaced for a very long time. The 4 primogenitors refused to share their own experience on obtaining their domain. Now, a new opportunity had shown itself for them to learn about the domain method. Too bad, Lord Cao wasn't in the mood to entertain their inquiries. Thank you, but I am watching the game, he said calmly. The primogenitor's exhilaration was dampened after being rejected like this. If they didn't know about Lord Cao's personality being this stiff and stern, they could have assumed the worst. That was keeping the secret to himself just like the other 4 primogenitors. You bastards better not annoy him now. Kumiho chided all the primogenitors telepathically, refrain from mentioning this matter now and let's wait until the game ends. They all agreed and returned to watching the game. However, the instant they saw Felix's void domain covering up to 100 meters in radius, they were all left absolutely speechless. A human with an elemental domain and I still don't have one. Erebus closed his eyes. Kill me please. This is the first time I am feeling envious of a human. Siren said with a bitter tone. I second that. Aspidicelone sighed. While the neutral primogenitors reacted somewhat ashamed about themselves at the sight of Felix using an elemental domain, the Darkin faction members had a different reaction. For the first time, they felt some threat emitting from Felix. They knew that he could be squashed like a bug by them even though he had void domain. Still, the notion itself that he possessed an ability capable of harming them didn't sit right with them. When they thought about their champions and what would happen to them if they met Felix in the other games, they had gotten more certain about one fact. He needs to die as fast as possible. Mananangel said with a cold tone. Alas, the instant this thought crossed his mind, he felt like his back was being dug by 2 daggers. When he turned around, he saw that Lord Cao was staring at him expressionlessly. He didn't speak, he didn't blink, he didn't even squint at him, he just looked at him like always. Yet, this was more than enough for Mananangel's heart to start racing. What's wrong? Wendigo asked after seeing Mananangel's weird reaction. Lord Cao is backing the kid for real. Mananangel informed them, we can't make a move on him personally or send subordinate after him. That look was all it took for Mananangel to back off from having any wicked thoughts about Felix. Lord Cao was already terrifying monster that could wipe the floor with them clean. But after knowing that he possessed void domain, he didn't dare entertaining the thought of getting in his bad side. As expected, he had allowed him to inherit his void domain. Wendigo said, there is no way he will allow him to get killed at our hands. Unbeknownst to them, Lord Cao cared more about Nemo's being than Felix's. He would never allow anyone to harm Nemo until he fulfills his destiny and become the new paragon of sins. Meanwhile, the players and the viewers were still trying to figure out Felix's void domain. That dark sphere feels too creepy. A bit terrified, Phantom Eye gulped a mouthful as he eyed the eternal darkness within the void domain. His gut feeling had assured him that a horrible ending awaited him if he got inside that dark sphere. Is that some sort of defensive ability by Landlord? Sage Marshall commentated with a curious tone. He had highlighted Felix inside the sphere, showing that he was still in the same T-pose. He wasn't standing in the center of the sphere but at the edge of it. That's because he needed to keep his hand within the void rift to fuel his domain continuously. The instant he interrupted the fueling, the void domain would disappear. Because the void domain consumed everything it touched, there was no way the void rift would remain stable within it. Felix had tested it in the UVR in a more realistic setting and realized that his void domain break down space itself. Naturally, Felix's symbiote suit and AP bracelet were the first to get erased by his void domain. But, Felix didn't care any more about keeping them. This was his final act, and he had planned for it since the moment he realized he was in a battle royal. Unbeknownst to any of this, Exodial kept staring at the void domain with his penetrative slits, feeling a bit intimidated by it. An ability by a human dares to intimidate me. Exodial growled in displeasure. It had been a very, very long time since his instincts warned him about something. He was always carefree and had his nose up in the sky, knowing that no one besides other dragons could pose a threat to him. Now, a human dares to make him feel threatened? Champion or not, he absolutely didn't care. Whatever, I am getting bored anyway. Exodial murmured with a lazy expression. While he seemed lazy, his actions didn't portray the same feeling. He suddenly opened his jaws wide open while facing the void domain that was situated in the center of the lake. Then, his throat started expanding larger while turning dark red through the scales. It's coming. Sage Marshal stopped talking about Felix's void domain and focused the camera on Exodial's mouth. It was turning brighter and brighter until Exodial's mouth began shimmering akin to a star. Meanwhile, within his throat a dark red flaming orb was revolving slowly on itself while absorbing the surrounding flames continuously. After a few seconds, this should be enough to pay my respects to his masters. Exodial thought while taking in a deep breath. Chapter 787, Not a Single Ripple. Without an ounce of hesitation, he breathed out the dark red orb at the void domain. F***ing hell, what am I still doing here? Phantom Eye pulled back his head from outside the boulder's shadow the instant he saw the incoming dark red orb. He didn't dare to watch its aftermath. Meanwhile, the viewers could only stare at the falling dark red orb with held breaths and squinted eyes, expecting the screen to go completely white after the contact. Sadly, the void domain had disappointed their expectations. The instant the dark red orb touched its surface, it disappeared akin to a pebble falling into an ocean. The orb didn't cause a single ripple to emerge on the void domain surface. Seconds went by and still, nothing earth-shattering resulted from the contact. Hey? Am I tripping, or the dark red orb failed to detonate? The hell is going on? Why did the orb disappear in that dark sphere? What kind of sorcery is this? The viewers were left completely dumbfounded and bewildered by what their eyes had just witnessed. They anticipated a booming explosion, but what they got was a deafening silence in the lake like Exodial hadn't struck yet. Speaking of Exodial, his reaction was even more intense than the viewers after seeing his most prided ability get erased out of existence. This can't be real. Exodial murmured with a dazed look. His confusion could be understood. This was the first time his attack had ever failed like this. Something is wrong here, I must have failed in my condensing technique. Exodial was still in a denial that his dark red orb didn't explode like always. He would rather believe that he messed up his technique than trust what he had just witnessed. Without an ounce of hesitation, Exodial prepared another orb within his throat under the eyes of everyone. This time, he decided to be steady and slow with it to make sure that no mistakes occur. I feel bad for you, Brother Cherif. Erebus sighed with a sympathized expression. F***ck off, this shit is not funny. Cherif cursed with an frustrated look, how is this fair? Primogenitors' domains shouldn't be used against mortals. While Exodial was still in denial, Cherif already accepted his fate of being one of the losers in this game. He understood that nothing used by his champion was going to affect the void domain. As expected, the second dragon breath by Exodial disappeared within the void domain again. Even though, the orb was much bigger and darker in shade, entailing that it was more powerful than his first attack. How is this even possible? Exodial shouted with a maddened expression as he eyed the unmovable void domain. He might not accept the first time his attack failed, but 2 times? He wasn't that delusional. Again. Still, he refused to accept the notion that his strongest ability was utterly useless against Felix's void domain. This time, Exodial went for broke and decided to go all out in making the third flame orb. Does anyone know what the F***ck is happening? Sage Marshall glanced at the stream chat, hoping for someone to enlighten him. Alas, everyone was spamming questions marks, and baffled emojis. They were used to seeing booming explosion following a dragon breath in almost all of their games. It was simply undefendable and no one dared to attempt blocking it before. The only ones able to survive through the explosion were the heavenly turtles, who could hide within their indestructible shells. Even dragons get hurt badly if a flame orb landed directly on them. In those mentioned scenarios, the orbs always goes off. This was the very first time in the history of the platform, where a dragon breath could be claimed to be completely blocked. I dare you to block this. Utterly livid, Exodial aimed his widened jaws at area next to the void domain and launched the latest flame orb at it. It had the size of a gym ball and was illuminating with blinding white light. I guess he isn't that proud to keep assaulting my void domain idiotically. Felix chuckled as he watched the white orb touch the surface of the lake. The instant the contact was made, a spherical second sun appeared from far. It kept growing bigger and bigger until the grass field had been included within the explosion zone. The viewers didn't see any of this since the screen became as white as a sheet a split second after the explosion occurred. Boom! Before they could react, an ear-rupturing blast rumbled the entire stadium. Soon, it was followed by the screen brightness fading slowly. The first thing everyone saw was a towering mushroom cloud that was big enough it was noticeable from the exosphere. The shockwave of the blast had traveled to the edges of the island and got erased after touching the blue hue. God knows how far the shockwaves would have reached if the island was still intact. Exodial fought through the shockwave of his own blast, trying to balance himself in the air. When he finally regained it, he couldn't help but smirk proudly at his own destruction. The mushroom cloud was still covering the center of the island, but he knew that nothing should have survived there besides the sleeper. Sheesh. Dragons are truly a different breed. Scared shitless, Sage Marshall wiped his sweaty forehead while staring at the center of the lake. Are you kidding me? Because of him highlighting Felix with a different color, he didn't really need to wait for the dust to settle. He spotted him still affixed in his T-pose, not moving a single centimeter. Dear Lord! Don't tell me he actually survived that explosion. Holy crap! That explosion was enough to delete an entire capital city from the face of every planet. This can't be right. I doubt even a dragon can survive being in such a close approximate to that explosion. The viewers finally lost it after realizing that Felix had survived that horrific explosion. Sure, they were seeing only his figure outline colored in red, but that was more than enough to be certain about his survival. Knowing that such a giant mushroom cloud would take at least half an hour to be dispersed by the wind, Exodial decided to take upon himself to get rid of it. Whoosh whoosh! He flew down and began flapping his gigantic wings at the mushroom cloud. Slowly but surely, the aftermath of the explosion began dispersing away. In less than half a minute, the lake was exposed in the open to everyone. The instant everyone saw its condition, a single thought coursed on their mind: complete annihilation. Not a single drop of water remained in the lake. In fact, there was no lake left behind to be spoken of. Just a gigantic circular crater that was deep enough it could be mistaken for an aftermath of a meteor strike. Yet, the viewers' eyes didn't even remain placed on the crater for a mere second before they were allured to a magnificent and mesmerizing sight. A giant pitch-black sphere hovering in the air without anything to support it, the other half of the void domain was finally exposed. It can't be, this can't be real. Exodial's proud smirk was stiffened the instant he saw the dark sphere. He expected it to disappear with the lake, not double in size. What's going on here? The sleeper murmured with baffled expression after digging himself from underneath the crater. When the explosion occurred, he hid within his shell and survived it without a single scratch on him. When he emerged from the ground, he expected to see Exodial alone instead of Felix's void domain floating right above his head. Alas, no one was there to answer his question. Exodial was completely traumatized by his inability to destroy the void domain, while Phantom Eye was still hiding within his shadow realm. He didn't dare to peek after the first orb, knowing that Felix and the sleeper had both survived it. This made him understand that Exodial wasn't going to stop bombarding the lake until both of them die. The dark sphere is still standing strong. Sage Marshall commentated while highlighting Exodial's frozen expression. Haha. Look at his stupid face. He must be questioning his existence at this moment. Asna laughed in amusement at Exodial's expression. She already knew about Felix's strategy to win the game and was anticipating this single moment. The moment when Exodial realized that he was completely F***ed. Chapter 788, Putting them into utter despair. The 7th round has been concluded, the map will start shrinking in 10 seconds. The Queen AI announced rigidly, not caring about the current development on the island. After 10 seconds went by, the blue hue began moving slowly towards the lake, devouring the scorched grass field on its way. As the viewers watched the island shrinking, most of them had a sudden realization about how the game was going to end. Oh God! Don't tell me Landlord is going to win this game by killing everyone with the blue hue. Sage Marshall exclaimed with a shocked expression. They could see that the dark sphere was powerful enough it was capable of blocking even Exodial's strongest dragon breath. This meant, nothing in this game was going to destroy it besides the blue hue. However, because Felix was standing at the exact center of the island, this entailed that the blue hue would reach him last. When the last 2 rounds ends and the blue hue stop at the edges of the lake, the game would go into overtime. It was common knowledge in Battle Royale games that the map would restart its shrinking process if no survival had emerged in 10 minutes. It was done like this to force out the last survival no matter what. Imagine if the island kept shrinking until it was completely erased. Who would get touched by the blue hue first? Was it Felix, who was standing at the center and had a smaller size, or those 2 behemoths? Brilliant! Brilliant! The Fang laughed loudly as he banged the meeting table after understanding Felix's final plan. Felix's fans went absolutely mental at the thought of their idol actually clutching a victory against a dragon and a heavenly turtle. They went through a roller coaster of emotions in this game. They were eager for Felix's appearance in the game. They were glad that he was still capable just like in his previous games. They watched him run from a fight for the first time. Ever since then, they were doubting if he could live up to their crazy expectations and win against a dragon and an heavenly turtle. Majority of viewers in the Milky Way honestly were just satisfied with him reaching the end of the game and claiming a spot next to those 2 behemoths. In their eyes, even if Felix surrendered, they were more than okay with it. He climbed the furthest of any human did in the history of the galaxy. Now, they were told that he was actually going to win it. Chaos emerged in cafes, restaurants, open plazas in most of the cities, stadiums, and every public place where the game was being streamed. Some were crying their eyes out, some were breaking shit, some were shouting as loud as they could, some were hugging, and some were kissing. It was a buffet of emotions spilling out at the same time. When they saw that the sleeper was assaulting Felix's void domain with gigantic boulders but to no avail, they started chanting Felix's name. Landlord! 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 Meanwhile, the sleeper's lazy attitude was nowhere to be seen as he kept assaulting Felix's void domain with multiple destructive abilities. Alas, all of his abilities kept entering the void domain and not leaving again, like they were being thrown into a black hole. This kept agitating him because he understood the consequences of not being able to destroy the void domain. I can't lose at the hands of a human. He had absolutely no issue losing against Exodial since they were known to be eternal rivals. Occasionally, they win against them and every so often they lose. Although, he wasn't as proud as Exodial, he was still appalled by the thought of losing to a human. He couldn't even imagine the humiliation he would experience before his own kin. I am done fooling around. The sleeper's expression hardened all of a sudden. Then, he took a deep breath and smashed his giant paws into the ground. The instant he did so, an earthquake struck the crater, causing the ground to shake and start cracking. Deep chasms emerged in the grass field near the crater. Rise! The sleeper yelled out loud with thick veins protruding from his neck. Rumble rumble! Suddenly, a giant portion of the ground was separated from the grass field and began rising slowly. Dear Lord! How is this even possible? That's the size of a meteor. The viewers were shocked silly by the image of a humongous piece of ground rising into the air. It was at least a half cubic kilometer in size. When Exodial noticed it, he stopped moping around and spoke telepathically with the sleeper, "You can lift it as high as you could, I won't touch you." "All right." The sleeper trusted in his words without a contract or such, knowing that dragon's pride forbid them from breaking their sacred oaths or such. So, the sleeper began pushing the giant piece of the ground higher and higher while following it by rising on top of a solid earth pillar. 500 meters, 1000 meters, 2000 meters, 5000 meters. The instant he reached this height, he moved the giant rock until it was above Felix's void domain. The celebrating Felix's fans couldn't help but swallow back their happiness and show nervous expressions. They saw that Felix's domain had tanked even a nuke from Exodial, so, this giant rock shouldn't pose any threat at all. Still, they were nervous since the comparison of the size between the rock and dark sphere was vast. They couldn't help but imagine that the giant rock would squinch the dark sphere and kill Felix. "Die, you little rat!" The sleeper cursed loudly as he released his control over the giant rock. Whoosh! As it fell towards the void domain, it kept on accelerating each second until it was merely a few hundred meters above it. It had cast a giant shadow on the ground, confusing Phantom Eye. The hell? Is this the sleeper's shadow? Isn't way too big. He saw a supermassive shadow gate opening up in his realm. He knew that the explosion couldn't be the cause, so he decided to peek outside the real world for the first time. The instant his head emerged into the real world, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful after seeing that the lake was gone and replaced by a crater. Mother f***er, he really blew the ente, Before he could continue his sentence, he felt the wind being suppressed heavily from above. When he lifted his head and saw the incoming meteor, his eyes widened in utter horror. F***ck this! Get me out, Queen! Get me out of this hell! Without an ounce of hesitation, he hollowed for the Queen to save him, feeling like a mouse trapped in a fight of titans. No one cared about his surrender as they watched the giant rock make contact with the void domain. When everyone saw that the enormous piece of ground getting erased out of existence like it was an illusion, they had no idea how to react anymore. They merely kept staring at the dark sphere speechlessly, feeling like they were staring at the void itself. "No, no, no, no. That's everything I got." The sleeper murmured with a stunned expression, still not over the image of his meteor getting deleted instantaneously. The fact that it was much larger than the void domain made it even harder for him to accept. "Welcome to the club," Exodial said with a forced deranged laugh, making him appear like he was about to lose his shit. Red dragons were known for being easily angered and pissed off, because, their strength increased the angrier they get, it was good for them. However, Exodial felt for the first time utterly hopeless about breaking Felix's void domain. No matter how mad he gets, the result would stay the same. Still, he knew that giving up wasn't an option. Because he didn't possess a surrender coupon. Majority of the high-ranked players refused to join Battle Royale without surrender coupon to save them. But this was Exodial, a real proud red dragon. It was simply impossible for him to lose a Battle Royale game, when it was oriented heavily to support his nuking abilities. Because he possesses just 3 wins since the start of his journey in this platform, he didn't get many opportunities to obtain a surrender coupon. Most importantly, it was impossible to reject a champion's game. "Brother Sleeper, how about you enter that dark sphere and kick him out?" Exodial proposed with a hopeful tone, "Your shell is indestructible. I am certain that it won't affect you at all." The sleeper gave him a scornful look as he cursed, "You think I am that retarded? That dark sphere must be a miniature version of the Void Realm or something, there is no way in hell I am touching it. Before Exodial could try to convince him a little more, the sleeper started disintegrating into light particles. You are on your own. The sleeper wished him good luck one last time before disappearing. Chapter 789, Going Further and Beyond. The sleeper wasn't that proud to enter a battle royal without a surrender coupon when a dragon was in it. Since his strongest attack failed to achieve anything against Felix's domain, there was no point in remaining in the game, when he knew how it was going to end. The moment he disappeared, Queen AI announced the end of the 8th round. Soon, the island began shrinking again and stopped until it reached the lake's region. I refuse to die like this. Agitated and lived, Exodial breathed ruggedly as he watched the blue hue closing in on him. Although he knew that his dragon breath was useless, he decided to give it a go again. It was better than doing nothing and watching his ending draw nearer and nearer. So, he began bombarding the lake with a nuke after the other, not stopping even when the mushroom clouds had yet to disperse. Huff huff. When he was done, his wide chest kept raising and falling as he displayed a truly pathetic image. Nevertheless, Exodial didn't care at all about his rough appearance. He went near the dark sphere and flapped his wings at it. Please, please, please. Alas, when the dust settled, the void domain remained hovering proudly. I am going to die. After seeing it, Exodial finally fell into utter despair. He knew that he was left with two options, either wait until the blue hue erases him or go for a Hail Mary and dash through the void domain. He still hadn't tested his reflective scales, and he intended to leave them as a last resort. The 9th round and final round has been concluded, the map will start shrinking in 10 seconds. Queen AI's announcement truly came at the worst moment for Exodial. Alas, she didn't care about his existential crisis. The moment the time arrived, she pushed for the blue hue to continue doing its job. This time, the blue hue pushed through the crater zone, devouring it in a slow and painful manner for Exodial. He couldn't even fly into the exosphere or such since the sky had a ceiling, it was very high, but it was still blocking anyone from escaping the island's atmosphere. After the island stopped shrinking, the Queen announced, "The game is going into overtime, you have 10 minutes to conclude your fight before the island will restart shrinking until nothing is left." This announcement was a death sentence to Exodial. It merely informed him that this was going to be his last 10 minutes. What's worse, he couldn't even bargain with Felix or such since this was a champion's game. So, he was left floating in the air and contemplating his life in utter silence, having absolutely no clue what to do next. He wanted to rage, he wanted to curse, but he was a proud red dragon, if he still had control over one thing, it would be the way he dies. This is too heartbreaking to watch. Sage Marshall sighed. Even the rest of the viewers didn't know how to react to this situation. Before them was a flying dead dragon, and they were going to witness it live. Dragons lose in the games, but they rarely die in them. So, seeing Exodial's death was actually a very rare experience that most of them had yet to see before. Everyone watched in silence as time went by. Before long, the overtime duration had ended. Immediately after, the island began shrinking yet again. This time, it wasn't going to stop at all. Landlord and Exodial have 3 minutes at best before the island get completely erased. Sage Marshall informed. He is actually going to win it. Olivia murmured with a dazed expression, feeling too surreal about everything. Just a few years ago, Felix was considered as the outcast of the family. An outcast, who shunned everyone and everything, due to not being able to accept his parents' death. An outcast, who was believed to accomplish nothing in his life. P&NOVL. Now, he was going to create history in less than 3 minutes. 10 wins in a row. 7 more to go. 10 wins in a row. 7 more to go. Felix's fans were already celebrating early over his victory, feeling too overwhelmed by the thought of their idol winning the first diamond game for humans. Drinks on M, HMM. Just as Leo wanted to celebrate Felix's victory with a round of drinks, his eyes caught an unbelieving situation. Why? What is he doing? I don't get it. The viewers were just as shocked as him. Without warning, Felix had actually cancelled his void domain and entered the void realm. He did so the moment only 300 meters remained on the island's diameter. Everyone was confused by this since they knew that he had already secured the win. Even Exodial had accepted his fate and was waiting for the blue hue to give him courage to dash through the void domain. Google P de no VL chance. Exodial's eyes brightened up after spotting the disappearance of the void domain. As long as the domain wasn't there, he could handle anything thrown at him by Felix. Unbeknownst to him or the viewers, Felix wasn't satisfied with just the win. He entered the void realm for a simple reason: to kill Exodial and claim the Dragon Slayer title. He didn't even need to do anything risky or fancy. Felix merely stood on the ground and began creating another domain in the void realm. In a few seconds, the void domain was big enough, it would consume Exodial in a split second. Still, Felix waited for the island to keep shrinking even further. FCK, FCK, F***CK. Did he jump into the void realm to be more secure? Exodial's hope was shattered the moment he realized that Felix might not ever come out again. He wasn't even given the opportunity to dash through the void domain. Seeing that the blue hue was merely a couple of meters away from touching his large wings, Exodial was forced to land on the ground and minimize his size as much as possible. He curled up like a ball, not realizing that in the mirroring realm, Felix was waiting for him to take this decision. Search P de no VL checkmate. Felix smiled coldly as he opened a giant void rift right on top of Exodial. The instant Exodial noticed the space fluctuation and saw the void rift emerging, he figured out Felix's aim immediately. Unfortunately, he wasn't given even a second to attempt and do something. The void domain was pushed out by Felix slowly and touched Exodial's horn. Then, there was no then, Exodial was turned into a memory in the minds of all viewers around the universe. That tiny touch was all it took for a proud dragon to be thoroughly wiped out from existence. Reflective scales? Perfect defenses? Reversed scale is the only weakness? None of that mattered to the void domain. Stunned and astonished, the spectators could only stare at the newly risen spherical void domain with parted lips, not having the proper words to describe this twist. They knew that Felix could be considered as won the game, but no one expected him to go further and beyond by slaying Exodial personally. Congratulations to the champion landlord for being the last executioner. The moment this announcement echoed twice, Felix was teleported to the stadium immediately, marking the conclusion of this game. Instead of appearing before everyone as naked as he was born, Felix donned himself with a misty pitch-black poisonous outfit, making resemble a nightmarish creature. For the first time in a long while, Felix opened his eyes to a deafening silence in the stadium. Even his hardcore fans were staring at him with stiffened expressions. He killed a dragon, he actually slayed a real dragon, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Sage Marshall stuttered with his palms shaking in agitation. The moment he took control over agitation, he brought the mic near his lips and howled with a feverish expression, "Landlord has slayed a real F***ing red dragoon." With that bellow that sent chills coursing through the viewers' spines, all of them were awakened back to reality. Clap clap clap. The entire stadium was lifted upside down by the spectators' hysterical screams. Spits and drinks were showering everyone as they kept cheering like their lives depended on it. Their throats started to hurt like hell, but no one gave a crap about it. Surprisingly, it wasn't just Felix's fans that went absolutely frantic at the thought of a dragon getting slayed for real. Almost all spectators from many races felt absolutely exhilarated by Felix's achievement. Even the ones who were cursing Felix before and wanted him dead. They were finally slayed. Thank God. I can't wait to give them shit for it. While no one was willing to admit it, everyone wanted for the dragons to fall just once from their high horse. They knew that as long as the dragons remained unslayed in the platform, they would always behave akin to immortal gods. Felix had just proven that they were mortals just like everyone else. No one cared that it was a human who did it. They were just glad that someone finally pulled it off. Dragon Slayer, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Slayer. Before long, the chaotic noise of the spectators' screams and yells began to harmonize as a single chant. This chant kept echoing thunderously throughout every screen that streamed the game, creating an overwhelming picture that was hard to imagine. Who would have thought that most races would unite to celebrate the death of a dragon? They sure are happy about it. Felix smiled faintly as he waved his hand in appreciation for the love and support he was being shown. He wanted to avoid bursting their bubble and let them know that he didn't slay Exodial for honor or pride, but simply, due to the many benefits it came with it. Benefits given by the dragons themselves. One would think that the dragons would feel humiliated or embarrassed if one of them got slayed, but it was the opposite. They celebrated the slayer and considered him to be worthy equal and a friend. One of the many benefits was being treated with the highest esteem when visiting any dragon clan. Time to bounce. Chapter 790, A Date and the Invitation. Time to bounce. The moment Felix saw Sage Marshall falling down from the platform with an eager expression, he swiftly teleported back to his house. He might not show it, but he was mentally exhausted by using Void Domain for such a long time. "Welcome back, my Dragon Slayer." Asuna giggled while eyeing him from the couch. A few minutes before Felix won the game, she returned to the house to welcome him. "Quit it, it sounds too tacky." Felix's eyebrows twitched as he walked past her. He entered the bathroom and saw that the bathtub was already filled with water. "Asuna, is this for you?" Felix shouted. "Yes, but you can use it." Asuna shouted back from the living room with a faint blush. If Felix was in front of her, he would realize that she was lying and that the bathtub was actually prepared for him. "Alas. Thanks." Felix smiled widely as he relaxed in the bathtub, feeling like his muscles were being massaged by tiny arms. A few seconds later, Felix opened his eyes to the sound of the bathroom door being knocked. "What do you want?" Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Do you want to head out for dinner to celebrate your win?" Asuna's faint uncertain voice resounded from behind the door. Upon hearing so, Felix couldn't help but gulp audibly. This was the first time Asuna had suggested something like this ever since their previous date in the amusement park. Felix always wanted to take her for dinner or such to further strengthen their romantic relationship before it died out. Too bad, Asuna was making it difficult for him with her usual B***ness. "Sure, it's a date." Felix didn't hesitate to make the dinner an official date, knowing that Asuna was too much of a chicken to admit that she liked him. "No, it's not. I just want dinner." Embarrassed, Asuna got defensive immediately. "Either it's a date or we cancel it." Felix gave her an ultimate. Asuna went quiet for a few seconds after hearing so. Just as Felix thought that she would reject it, Asuna's faint voice resurfaced again, "We leave at 8 p.m. Then, rapid footsteps noise was picked up by Felix, making him chuckled in amusement. If only she was as shy as this always. Prick. Asuna pouted in front of the mirror after hearing him curse her personality indirectly. Still, she didn't mention it or gave Felix crap over it. She had only one thought right now, that was picking a dress for their dinner date. There was still 2 hours before their date, but Asuna was already browsing through the clothes section in the VR store. It's doubtful if the network was prepared for her emergence, especially when she had hundreds of cults throughout the universe, waiting patiently for her reappearance. P&NOVL. Meanwhile, the Primogenitors Council had already emptied out. Mananangal, Saurus, and Wendigo left the moment they figured out that Felix was guaranteed to win. Sheriff teleported away while still whining that he had been ripped off, and that Felix should be banned from the Champions Games due to his void domain. As for Lord Kaus, he disappeared a brief moment after Felix slayed Exodial. The moment he left, the rest of the primogenitors dropped out. Then, they started preparing their most prized treasures in hopes of trading them with information about Lord Kaus' experience with the domain. Nothing mattered to them besides it at this moment. The only ones left behind were Lady Sphinx, Thor, Hormungandr, and Aspidic alone. They were currently in an important discussion that was related to Felix. You guys don't have to answer now. Aspidic alone smiled, we still have 4 months. It's a tempting offer, and we will come back to you as soon as possible. Lady Sphinx nodded politely while standing up. See you later, brother Aspidic alone. Until we meet again. Thor and Hormungandr said their goodbyes and left with Lady Sphinx. What do you guys think? Thor inquired while sitting in a round table with the other two. Google Pinda no VL. His proposal is sound. Lady Sphinx said, we always wanted for Felix to participate in the yearly Primogenitors event. I suggest we accept it. Hormungandr supported, Felix could only participate in it once every decade. So, we need to take the most of it. Let's run it by Felix first. Thor noted, it won't be easy to play that many games in a row. When Lady Sphinx switched to her copy that was inside Felix's consciousness space and saw him relaxing in a bathtub, she informed them, give him half an hour to recover first. Half an hour later, everyone could be seen sitting in a round table within Felix's consciousness space. I hope you relaxed a little. Lady Sphinx smiled at Felix. It was all right. Felix scratched his chin as he asked, so, what's so urgent? We have received an invitation to join Aspidic Alone's Champions team in the upcoming yearly Primogenitors Custom Games event. Lady Sphinx said in a straightforward manner. Yearly Primogenitors event. Felix frowned, what's that, Search? Pinda no VL. Oh yes, we have yet to tell you about it. Thor coughed. Lady Sphinx went on and clarified what the event was all about. It's a gathering for primogenitors that is held in yearly basis. We use it to catch up with each other and share noteworthy updates. She paused, to spice it up, we hold 3 games for our champions. There is such a thing. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, those custom games will be exclusive to only platinum-ranked champions and above. Thor said. But, don't be expecting to see a platinum player there. Hormungandr shook his head, we held back from telling you about it because we knew that you weren't ready to join the event. I figured so. Felix nodded in understanding. If the event was going to be full of diamond-ranked champions and higher, then he was indeed too weak to be a match. But now? He had proved that he had what it took to participate in the event. It looked like his performance was too striking, even Aspidic alone had desired to add him into his roster for the event. Are the rewards worth my time? Felix inquired, a bit interested in joining. All I can say is that the primogenitors never shy from placing remarkable treasures as rewards for the winners. Lady Sphinx assured, you will be more than satisfied with them. Last year, the 3rd ranker in the event had received a divine necklace that is capable of self-reviving the owner within the first 3 seconds of his death. Thor mentioned causally. Such thing exists. Felix exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, it was created by the metal primogenitor himself and carried the will of the life primogenitor. Thor nodded. Felix didn't even dare to imagine the rest of the treasures if even a divine artifact was given to the 3rd ranker. You can even give up on a treasure and ask for a favor from any primogenitor. Lady Sphinx added. For real. This changed everything for Felix. Favors from primogenitors shouldn't be taken lightly, some of them were bosses of the top 10 rulers just like Lady Sphinx. Owning a favor from one of them was the same as owning a limitless wish. Felix already knew what he was wanted from it. Tell me everything about the event. Felix inquired for the details eagerly. There will be a game for individuals, a game for a team of 3s, and a game for a team of 5. Hormungandr explained, you can join the individual game without an issue, but you need to be in a team for other 2 games. Luckily, it is possible for multiple primogenitors to create a single team. Lady Sphinx pointed at Felix. Sir Aspidic is extremely interested in having us join his own team. Before Felix could decide anything, Lady Sphinx informed him of the risks he would be taken. Don't get too confident after your latest victory, the games in the event are different. She shared. First, there is no such a thing as surrender coupon. You might survive a game without winning it, but there is no guarantee. Secondly, if you joined Aspidicalone's team, it meant you will need to play all 3 games in the event one after the other. She paused. Are you ready to handle such a big burden? It was easy to shout out that it wouldn't be a biggie, but Felix knew that was utter nonsense. He had never played 2 games back to back without taking a long break, don't even mention 3 games. What's worst, they were games for champions only and 2 of them were based on teams. Felix was so used to fighting solo, he knew that it would be tough to adapt to team play. Since the surrender coupon wasn't allowed, his safety net was removed. I am down for playing in the individual game, but I prefer taking a bit more time to think about joining Elder Aspidicalone's team. Felix decided with a serious tone. That's what we want to hear from you. Thor smiled. There is no rush, we still have 4 months before the event starts. Plus, I am certain that the rest will be seeking to include you in their teams as well. Hormungandr chuckled. They are now too occupied with pleasing Lord Cows to care about the gathering. Chapter 791, Promotion to Diamond Rank. Indeed. Thor nodded. Everyone will want to have you in their team instead of being against them due to your void domain. I see. Felix nodded. For now, just postpone accepting any of their offers. I still need to understand how hard the games will be. Telling you about it won't help you much. Lady Sphinx informed. I have just emailed full recording of the previous events. That's helpful, thanks. After receiving it, Felix exited his consciousness space and glanced at one of the videos. However, he didn't commit to watching fully now since he still had other matters to handle. He pushed the hologram to the side and rubbed his hands eagerly. Queen, show me the list of my earnings. / winning wish, diamond rank. Total streaming revenue, 1% 2.2 trillion SC, with taxes. Unique title, The Dragon Slayer, click to read all of its benefits. Game points collected solo, 4000 GP / 2.2 trillion. Felix knew that the amount was going to blow him away due to the insane amount of concurrent viewers, but still, he absolutely didn't expect to cross over the 2 trillion marks. All of his games combined from both of his lives wouldn't even amount to 20% of this number. Phew. I don't even know what to say. Felix could only thank the paying viewers for showing such a large interest in his game. Soon, you will realize that coins are worthless. Lady Sphinx commentated, when you reach a certain height, coins will not be able to help you get anything at all, only treasures will be your currency. I know. Felix sighed. Felix had assigned Malik to handle the purchases of his natural treasures around the universe, by outsourcing from auction hunters. He had given her capital of 3 trillions in cash to buy as much as possible. Those hired auction hunters were now clearing auction houses throughout the entire universe from natural treasures with Felix's elements. Even with such a large capital, it felt like it was running empty a bit too soon. There were many expenses that needed to be paid to facilitate the purchases of those natural treasures. Bribes, deliveries, intel of items in auctions, paid services, and more, this without mentioning the exorbitant natural treasures in the auctions. Even when the hired auction hunters used his reputation to earn a few points, they get merely a little discount. So far, Malik had gathered more than 15 A-graded natural treasures and 50 B-graded, the expanse had reached 2 trillion in total. If Felix ever wanted to reach the 6th mark or higher in his devourer cultivation system, he would need to keep the cash flowing 24/7. Felix had already decided that he wouldn't be replacing Lord Cow's bloodline until he reached the 6th mark at least. So, if he wanted to avoid being stuck at the 3rd stage of replacement for years and years, he had to use all sources available to buy natural treasures. Let's check the prize pool. Felix opened the prize pool list and began scrolling down while reading the names of the rewards. None of them were bad or cheap. There were plenty of rare artifacts that were worth 5 figures number of game points. There were also game coupons that were limited in number highly. Sold out already. Almost all of them were sold out even though the cheapest was priced at 5,000 GP. Felix didn't care about them too much since he was earning 5 coupon after each win due to his winning streak. Bingo! Soon, Felix reached an entire section for just natural treasures. As expected of a diamond-ranked pool, only grade B and A natural treasures were placed in it. Compared to the unreasonable prices in auctions, the prices here were more than fair. B-graded natural treasures cost 3,000 while A-graded cost 6,000. Thankfully, eliminating players in diamond-ranked games rewards players with 800 GP for each head. Since Felix had eliminated 5 players directly, he was awarded 4,000 GP. Let me get this, and also this. Felix spent half of his points on buying 3 A-graded natural treasure and 1 B-graded. Thankfully, he had been saving game points for a long while now. After being done with this, Felix clicked on his unique title, wanting to reread about the benefits provided. The dragons weren't cheap with their rewards at all. / permanent access to Icarius Galaxy. Obtaining a status of an esteemed guest. Receiving the same treatment as a dragon in the galaxy. Invitation to major ceremonies and gatherings / Everyone would die to possess just one of those benefits. In fact, most diamond-ranked players would use a wish in a heartbeat for one of those benefits. Unfortunately, even diamond-ranked wishes weren't capable of giving them such treatment. No one was given permanent access to the Icarius besides the upper echelon of the Alliance, workers, and slaves. As for visitors, they had a visa with a duration that depended on their status and reputation. Usually, it lasts merely a couple of months before expiring permanently. Even when they enter the galaxy, not a single dragon would be bothered to deal with them. Meanwhile, Felix would be welcomed with open arms and treated as a guest in all dragon clans. He was even invited to personal ceremonies and gatherings that were exclusive for dragons only. Yet, the best benefit actually being treated like a dragon in the galaxy. Icarius was known to be rich with natural treasures due to being one of the oldest galaxies in the universe. Since dragons were already too perfect, most of them didn't need to use natural treasures to further increase their strength. It happens automatically by simply growing old. This entailed that natural treasures were as cheap as dirt if purchased directly in the galaxy. However, that only applied if one was a dragon. Outsiders would still get ripped off immensely. Since Felix would be treated as a dragon, he would be able to purchase those natural treasures as cheaply as possible. Naturally, this applied to almost everything sold there. I need to head there when I am free. Felix grinned faintly. I can't miss such a free opportunity to clear out their natural treasures stock. Since the title benefits were permanents, Felix didn't feel too rushed to head there. He still had other matters to handle. For now, he requested Queen AI to open his profile interface. / name of the participant, unpaid landlord _6996. Age. Address. Integration level. SG Platform, Universal Individual Supremacy Games. Rank, Peak Tier Platinum. Games played, 0-10. Wins, 0-10. Loss, 0-0-0. Win streak, 0-10, click to obtain rewards. Loss streak, 0-0-0. Eliminations, 0-68 //. Felix ignored the rest and pressed on his win streak icon. Luckily, this time 4 coupons were common and 1 was rare. Nice. A format changing coupon and a tier advancement coupon. Felix smiled. Although he wasn't given another surrender coupon, Felix was still satisfied. Without further ado, Felix used the tier advancement coupon to push his rank into Diamond. TI ring. Congratulations on being promoted to Diamond rank. A large notification appeared in the middle of the room, followed by small fireworks in its background. One step further. Felix smiled faintly. By the way, are you going to be placed against Radiant ranked players in your next games? Mistress Candice wondered with a curious tone. Not yet. Felix shook his head. My MMR is monstrously high, but not to the point I can skip an entire rank. I will probably keep playing against Diamond ranked players for another game or two. Felix mentioned, only if I win them will be able to play in Radiant lobby. I see. Although Felix had won a Battle Royale game, it didn't mean that he could not lose his next 2 games against Diamond ranked players. After all, he didn't play even with peak ranked Diamond players. Those were players who needed just a little boost to push themselves into Radiant rank. In other words, they were as dangerous as Radiant ranked players. Sunny was just a little taste of what Felix going to be dealing with in that rank. Soon, Felix closed all the holographic tabs and opened his inbox. As expected, it was packed with congratulations from his Earthling team, his subordinates, the Federation Alliance members, the Bardo Empire councilmen, the 5 guild vice leaders, Queen Allura, the matriarch, and more. All of them were congratulating him specifically on getting the title instead of the win. That's because a win in Diamond rank would never compare to the benefits provided by that desirable title. Felix replied to them with a unified thank you note and closed his inbox. This time, he didn't even bother to check the network for the news about him. He already knew that it was going to be a mayhem. Instead, Felix dropped everything and went to prepare for his date with Isna. A date? Lady Sphinx raised an eyebrow in surprise. When did this happen? Hormungandr thought. Oh ho ha, finally some development. Thor grinned with an anticipated look, hoping to see some drama. Chapter 792, A Second Date. Sometime later, Felix could be seen standing in front of door for his house while wearing a stunning blue marine tuxedo. He had his purplish hair pulled behind, making him appear more presentable. As always, never in time. Felix clicked his tongue in vexation after seeing that Isna was still upstairs. It was already past 8 p.m. by 10 minutes now. While Isna was preparing herself, he dressed up, styled his hair, and called Mr. Igris to book an entire restaurant just for the 2 of them. Felix didn't want to be in public spaces when the entire media was still going crazy due to his victory. Bold of you to assume that anyone will care about you when Isna is around. Thor chuckled. Felix wanted to retort, but he had no words for it. He still hadn't forgotten about what happened when he visited the movies with Isna. People literally fainted due to her otherworldly beauty. It was simply too much for anyone to handle. Fine, I also want to avoid interacting with Isna's worshippers, they creep me out. Felix shivered in his tuxedo after remembering his visit to one of her cult's websites. Isna was being treated as a goddess, literally. They were worshipping her for real and praying for her reappearance. The worst part? The cult was universal and had trillions of active users from different races. Felix didn't doubt for a second that if Isna wanted to start a religion or an empire, the majority of those people would be either her first citizen or worshippers. Cluck cluck. Just as Felix wanted to hasten Isna, his ears picked up a feeble noise of heels tapping on the wooden stairs. When he turned around, his heart skipped a beat immediately. Isna was descending from the staircase while appearing as beautiful as an angel. She was wearing a floral white dress that covered one of her shoulders, leaving the other exposed and flowing down into a beautiful cord neckline. It was a snug fit which emphasized her breasts in an elegant and dignified manner. Her arms have been covered all the way down to her wrists. Meanwhile, the sleeves were a loose fit from top to bottom, giving the dress a slightly casual look. The dress waist was broad, but it was a tight fit. A black cloth ribbon had been wrapped around her and was tied on one side. Below the waist, the dress had a tulip style, it reached to just below her knees, leaving her fair unblemished legs exposed in the open. She was wearing a black peep toes with thin heels. A strange, yet seemingly perfect choice that matched well with her dress. To top it all off, she was wearing light makeup like she ever needed it when her natural beauty was more than enough to make emperors fight over her hand. "Why are you wasting time now?" Asna chided Felix with a faint blush, feeling a bit overwhelmed by his prolonged gaze. "You are really going to be killing the restaurant staff tonight?" Felix said, smiled wryly as he offered his hand. "Hee hee." Asna giggled while taking it gently. Then, they left the estate and took the hover car. They were currently in the Mariana capital that had already experienced many heavy changes due to the new regime in power. After a few minutes of driving, Felix and Asna arrived at the booked restaurant. It was a two-story restaurant that was located in a hidden alley, making it hard for anyone to actively seek finding it. This was one of many fancy restaurants owned by Felix. Mr. Igris had recommended it heavily to Felix after hearing that he had a date. From the outside, it gave a casual and modern vibe with its large glass windows and minimized style of decoration. Yet, the inside of it still appeared elegant and well-designed. This was to Felix's cup of tea. "Let's hope the food is as good as its appearance," Asna said as she locked her arm around Felix without her realization. "Welcome." When they reached the glass door, it was opened by a waitress that had her hair made into a bun. She seemed unable to remove her eyes from Asna's face even when she was welcoming them inside. "No need to guide us to our table." Felix spared her from dealing with Asna. He took Asna with him and walked to the staircase. After climbing them, they were met with a single table placed in the center of a finely decorated roof. The table was already prepared with 2 expensive bottles of wine, glasses, plates, and a small flower vase in the middle. As for the roof, it was also part of the restaurant as most of the client prefer eating under the moons and stars. Felix pulled the seat for Asna in a gentleman manner, and waited for her to get comfortable. Only then, did he sit in front of her. "So, what do you think?" Felix coughed. "I had only an hour to prepare it, so don't be too harsh." "I love it." Asna smiled as gazed at the glimmering stars and the 2 giant crescent moons. "I am glad." Felix picked one of the wine bottles and asked, "Red or white?" "Red." Felix popped it open with his fingers causally and poured half a glass for both of them. This was supposed to be the job for the waitress, but Felix didn't want her to end up ruining their date by spilling it over Asna or something. He knew that Asna's current appearance was a mental attack. "To your win." Asna smiled as she clicked her glass with Felix's. "To us." Felix chose a better toast. "To us." Asna murmured as she clicked his glass again. Seeing her get all embarrassed made Felix chuckle a little. "You really have changed," Felix said while reminiscing on his first day with Asna. "Did I?" Asna titled her head in confusion. "Being forgetful now, hey?" Felix mentioned. "I don't know what you are talking about." Asna shrugged her shoulders. "How about your freedom?" Felix said, "You used to be obsessed with splitting our souls. Now? I almost started to believe that you have stopped thinking about it." "Well," Asna murmured, "what if I don't want it anymore?" "What?" Felix almost spat his wine all over her after hearing so. Even the primogenitors were left at loss for words at her response, not expecting it one bit. "Is it that shocking?" Asna justified her decision while eyeing the stars and the moons. "I am now enjoying my life in the UVR, it has everything that I desire." "Stop talking nonsense." Felix gave her a harsh look. "You can enjoy the UVR even when freed. Don't settle just because something is hard. Don't you trust in my capabilities to free you?" Felix knew that freeing Asna was almost impossible. He was already told that the spirits and souls guardian was residing in the spirit realm. Asna had told him that he was the only one capable of splitting their souls permanently without damaging either side. Even Lady Sphinx was unable of achieving so. The problem was that the spirit realm wasn't accessible by the living. Lady Sphinx had already tried thousands of methods to enter it but to no avail. In fact, she was banned from even staring into the spirit realm with her spiritual vision. She gets kicked out the instant she peeked at it. With Felix's insane upgrade to his mental capacity, he was now capable of unlocking the third level of his truth vision. Unfortunately, he wasn't capable of sustaining his spiritual vision for a mere millisecond. How could he free Asna when he wasn't even capable of peeking into the spirit realm? Even if he did, Lady Sphinx had already exhausted almost all methods that he could think of. It's not that I want to give up because of its difficulty. Asna shook her head. I'm aware that with time, you will find a way eventually. So what's the problem? Ah, you won't understand. Asna smiled bitterly. Try me. Asna. Felix eyed her sternly. I have never ever pressured you to open up to me. But if you really consider me as your partner, you will share your worries without me needing to ask you. Seeing that he was being serious, Asna didn't know how to respond. She wanted to stay quiet but at the same time, she didn't want Felix to think that he wasn't her partner. As he said, he had given her always space and peace of mind by not asking her about her past. This was one of the many reasons why I liked him. However, Felix could not keep his hands away from this anymore when Asna made such a critical decision that would change both of their lives forever. I can only help if you let me. Felix smiled gently while placing his palm on her hand. When she felt his warm touch, Asna eyed reddened while holding his hand tightly. Soon, she began sniffling softly. I am scared, okay? I am scared of them. Chapter 793, Until Death Do Us Apart. Scared of whom? The ones, who imprisoned you. Felix asked with a stern look as he moved his chair next to hers. Yes, I want to avoid saying their names, they give me the creeps. Asna sniffled. Lord Cows told me that they are still watching. I am scared of them imprisoning me again when I get freed. Felix was honestly a bit terrified by those beings, who were capable of scaring even Asna. She was supposed to be an Unigen. Based on his knowledge, they should be the strongest entities in the universe. If even them were scared of those beings, Felix had no idea how to pacify Asna. He knew that he could promise to protect her, but with his current strength, he would honestly make a fool of himself. Felix refused to give out empty promises. What's worse, even if they didn't imprison me, I will be forced to start doing my duties for eternity. Asna eyed Felix with a pitiful look. Can't we just stay like this forever? At least, I am free in the UVR. Felix didn't know how to comfort her. He could see that Asna simply decided to choose the lesser evil. Sure, the UVR had 100% realism and could even outrank real life with the infinite possibilities in it. In some sense, if one was rich, it could be considered as paradise. Asna was living her paradise at this moment, making her doubt if it was even worth it to split her soul with Felix. Still, Felix felt that it was wrong. Asna, I understand where you are coming from. Felix sighed as he patted her in the head gently, but, the UVR is still an illusion, no matter how good it is. Who can tell if the UVR will even remain the same in the future? Felix said, it can be deleted in the blink of an eye if more than 90% of the alliance members decided to do so. Not everyone knew this or bothered to know about it, but the UVR had a kill switch in case something horribly wrong happened. Is this the world you want to make as home? Felix smiled bitterly. I know it's not ideal, but what can I do? Asna leaned against Felix's shoulder, feeling somewhat hopeless about her situation. For now, you don't need to do anything or make any decision. Felix caressed her hair gently as he advised, we have plenty of time before I find a method to enter the spirit realm and contact the spirit's guardian. Only when we reach there, and you have all the cards, can you make your decision. Felix refused to promise her protection, or he would kill those coming after her. He would rather be realistic and give her actual useful advice than a false hope that he was capable of changing her fate. He wasn't a monster to take advantage of her momentary weakness and openness to strengthen their relationship through empty words. Still, Felix was capable of promising her one thing. Regardless of what decision you make then, I will be at your side until death do us apart. Felix smiled faintly as he lifted her chin. Deal. Asna's heart raced at the sound of Felix's promise. One of the unmentioned reasons was that she didn't want to lose Felix after they split their souls. She wanted to avoid admitting it out loud, but she was attached to Felix heavily now. She simply couldn't imagine her life without him being by her side. Felix had just assured her unsettled heart that he wasn't going anywhere. He might not slay her enemies, he might not be strong enough to even protect her like some sort of prince in a fairy tale. But, he was going to stay by her side through thick and thin forever. That's all Asna wanted to hear from him. Felix. Asna stared at his mesmerizing sincere eyes and couldn't help but lean forward with her eyes closed shut. Felix could only watch her gorgeous face approaching him slowly with a stiffened expression. Before he could react, her glossy enticing lips connected with his lips softly. Time stopped when his lips met hers, but the flutter in their hearts only intensified. Asna's heart pounded in her chest while her body felt limp. She could only focus on how soft and sensational he felt against her mouth. Felix kept his eyes wide open, still blanking out at the notion that his lips were touching Asna's. Usually, he would be the active part in kissing. But, when it came to Asna, the most beautiful woman in the universe, his expertise had failed him. He could only watch Asna pulling away from his lips. What did I just do? Asna touched her parted lips with widened eyes, not daring to believe that she had actually kissed Felix. When she saw that Felix was looking at her in daze, her ears and cheeks started to heat up akin to a boiler. If this was a cartoon, smoke would be coming out from her ears. I am sorry. Abashed and ashamed, Asna bowed her head at Felix rapidly and then dashed towards the roof's door. In a few moments, her heels couldn't be heard anymore. Mistress Candace and the primogenitors could only stare at the roof's door speechlessly while holding into popcorn buckets. They were just celebrating Asna's bold kiss, believing that it was enough for Felix and Asna to take their relationship to the next level. Now? They had no idea what to think anymore. I heard about dine and dash, but, kiss and dash. Thor remarked speechlessly, that's new to me. The hell are you sorry for? Felix finally broke from his daze and couldn't help but scold Asna furiously. I am your boyfriend. Not some random dude you just kissed. Boyfriend. Asna's cheeks turned even redder after hearing Felix finally putting a label on their relationship. Still, she didn't answer him or stopped running away. Before long, she ended up getting lost within the alleyways. Where did you go? Felix asked while jumping from the restaurant roof. The moment he landed, he looked around him with an annoyed expression, knowing that Asna shouldn't be left alone to roam the streets. After all, she was a walking disaster. As expected, the moment Asna entered the crowded main street, she stole everyone's attention instantly. It's her, it's the goddess. Am I dreaming? How can someone be this pretty? Don't look at her in the eyes, you blasphemous bastards. Chaos erupted in the pedestrian lane immediately after they realized Asna's identity. Most men rushed towards Asna with feverish looks, making her recoil back in worry. However, instead of jumping her as she assumed, those men knelt in front of her and started kowtowing. Crash! Crash! Meanwhile, a traffic jam was created suddenly in the street as cars started crashing into each other due to pressing brakes abruptly. One gander was all it took for everyone to be charmed by Asna and cause mayhem to arise. Please, can I take a picture with you? I will pay anything to spend a day with you. Can I have your ID? Too bad, it didn't take long before some thirsty men started approaching Asna with ill intentions. Asna couldn't even make a run for it since she was surrounded. Just as she wanted to log out to avoid being touched, the kowtowing men stood up with livid expressions and guarded her. I swear to God I will *CK you up if you dare take another step. How atrocious! No one is deserving of breathing the same air as our goddess. I will report anyone to the queen, if you continue harassing my wife, my goddess. Those men were clearly active users of Asna's cult in the network. It had trillions of users. It wasn't far-fetched to meet a couple of them in the Mariana capital. Unfortunately, they didn't look as intimidating as they hoped. The thirsty men were already far gone in their fantasy world to fear for their lives. So, they continued moving towards Asna while preparing to enter a fist fight if needed. Screw this, I am logging out. Not planning to get caught in the fight, Asna quickly requested from Queen Ai to log out. I knew this will happen, such a troublemaker. Out of nowhere, Felix landed from the sky next to Asna and flicked her in the forehead. He easily found her by following the noisiest location. Ow! Asna cried painfully as she held her forehead. Who dares harm my goddess? I will murder you. The moment the cult followers heard Asna's painful groan, they turned around with murderous looks. Alas, when they noticed that Felix was the culprit, their guts and courage had extinguished immediately. No one dared to breathe out loud in front of Felix. He had just slayed a dragon a few hours ago, it was still fresh in their minds. In addition, he owned the Federation indirectly, which meant, being in his presence was the same as being in the presence of an emperor. Let's go! Felix ignored everyone's stunned looks and pulled Asna through the crowd while holding into her hand. You didn't have to flick my forehead that hard. Asna mumbled, keeping her disgruntlement to herself. After they left the crowd, their hover car went down and picked them up, then, it took them back to the restaurant. Felix wasn't going to let Asna's freak out after her kiss ruin their date. She took a step forward towards the right direction, and he was going to make sure that she wouldn't regress again. Chapter 794, Working in Secret. 2 hours later, Felix and Asna returned home while locking hands. Their fingers were intertwined, making it safe to assume that it went well in the restaurant. It was really a smart decision by Felix to strike the iron while it's hot and continues their date even after Asna's freak out. They didn't do anything dramatic or such, they just talked until Asna started feeling more comfortable again and stopped worrying over her first kiss. When the date was about to end, Felix made sure peck her in the lips to let her know that her kiss wasn't going to be the last. Another date next weekend? Felix inquired as he watched Asna climb the stairs. Her perky rear and curves really drew him in, but Felix controlled his demons, knowing that sleeping with Asna required a lot of work and time. Just a simple kiss was enough for Asna to run from embarrassment. He didn't even want to imagine what would she do if he decided to sleep with her now. I will go if it's a movie date. Asna answered out loud after she entered her room. I will pick the movie then. Felix shouted back while changing his clothes to his pajamas. Fine. Upon hearing her acceptance, Felix couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He knew that if this conversation happened a month ago, it would have taken 15 minutes to convince Asna. Baby steps, Felix, baby steps. He chuckled with himself while bringing out the recordings given by Lady Sphinx. It was time to do his research over the upcoming event. There was merely 4 months before it starts, and he needed to give out his decision much earlier than that. He started with a recording of an individual game. It was a game based on another version of the King of the Island. The same game that Felix had played. As for the champions, there was more than 50 participants. When he read the list carefully, he realized that each primogenitor was allowed to send 2 champions for the individual game. How is this no different from a duo game mode? Felix frowned. You don't have to worry. Lady Sphinx replied, it was done like this to bolster the numbers of players in the game. Yes, alliances are banned, and only one winner would emerge in the end. Thor added. I see. Felix nodded. It did make sense, there were many primogenitors in the universe, but Felix knew that not everyone was going to send a champion. Not mentioning the ones that died. Why are there no Radiant players here? Felix inquired after seeing that all the champions were Diamond ranked. Individual games are limited to only Platinum and Diamond ranked players. Hormungandr said, Radiant players can only join the team-based games. Interesting. Felix scratched his chin, feeling more conflicted than ever about joining the team-based games. Radiant players were literal monsters. If a vampire made it to Radiant rank, it meant that he had thoroughly mastered his blood manipulation to the point he could control blood from half a kilometer. The same applied to werewolves, winter wolves, and the rest. Now imagine those players were champions. As for dragons and heavenly turtles? Well, they weren't really stronger than Exodial and the Sleeper. After all, those two monsters would have reached Radiant rank in less than a year if they got lucky with games spins. For the next hour, Felix watched 3 recordings, each for a single game format. As expected, the team-based games weren't a joke. It was a gathering of beasts. The fights could be prolonged to hours or ended in a split second. Since it was team-based battles, coordination and teamwork played a considerable part in securing the win. So, the 3 vs 3 game is tournament-based format while the 5 vs 5 game will be random. Felix concluded from analyzing the majority of games picked. When he saw that most of them didn't have an execution mechanic, he started to feel more inclined about joining them. He had Void Domain with him. This entailed that if shit hit the fan, Felix could always hide within it for safety. No one could do anything to him then. Yet, the thing that motivated him the most was the Decade Clause. Felix was informed by Lady Sphinx that primogenitors could not use the same champion in the event for another decade. It was done like this to keep the event always interesting and filled with new champions. The primogenitors didn't want to keep watching the same faces fighting each year. This signified that if Felix joined the individual game only, he would be locked out from the event for 10 years. It was truly a waste of a massive opportunity to get primogenitors' favors or divine treasures. You can train harder and join the next events. Lady Sphinx said, no one is pressuring you to join this particular gathering. I know, but I doubt that a couple of years of training will be enough to destroy Radiant champions. Felix shook his head. Felix already thought about joining the next year event or the one after it, but he soon realized that there wasn't much to improve that could make a huge impact. His external poison manipulation would take at least decades of effort to increase its range from his petty 20 meters to half a kilometer like them. If he mastered the conversion technique and was allowed to unseal his lightning inscriptions, he would still be at the starting point of that element. As for his physical strength, Felix needed to reach 6th mark and replace Lord Cow's bloodline to actually obtain a drastic enhancement. But if he did so, he would lose his void abilities and most importantly, his void domain. He could not etch both void domain and void immunity. It was a no-brainer that Felix would pick void immunity. From the moment Felix decided to integrate with Lord Cow's bloodline, he realized that it was simply a passing element. Nimmo was the bet, not the element. So far, Nimmo was still growing and discovering his abilities. Felix was confident that Nimmo would not disappoint him. Right now, Felix felt that his void domain was his safety net against Radiant players. He didn't want to join the event without it. Not until he was certain about his strength. Can't you help him out with void immunity? Thor asked Lady Sphinx with a serious tone. He just won you 2 monoliths and another noteworthy treasure. Hormungandr mentioned, I believe he earned at least an attempt from you. Usually, Thor and Hormungandr wouldn't make such requests or bother Lady Sphinx with them. After all, she knew what she was doing. However, this was void domain, one of the ultimate abilities of primogenitors. They could not stand by and watch Felix erase it forever with a single thought. You guys are thinking too lowly of me. Lady Sphinx glared at them. You think I haven't been working on it? Hey! For real? You didn't say anything. Lady Sphinx gave them an irritated look and said, since the moment he unlocked it, I have been researching on ways to help him keep it. I am doing it for myself as well. What do you mean? If he kept it, I will have more time to explore his domain and figure out a method to create my own. Lady Sphinx shared with them her plan. Sure, it might look like Lady Sphinx was doing this for her selfish reasons, but if Felix heard her, he wouldn't be complaining at all. As long as he could keep Void Domain, he would allow himself to subject to any experiment to assist Lady Sphinx into developing her own domain. It had been a while now since he got the domain. Did you find out a method yet to keep both abilities? Thor asked with a hopeful tone. Why do you think I hid it from you and Felix? Lady Sphinx sighed. I didn't want to give you a false hope that it was doable to synthesize void immunity. I see. Hormungandr smiled bitterly. It was clear that Lady Sphinx was struggling in her experiment to develop void immunity. With her intelligence, it was possible to create void resistances with some hard work. But, void immunity? That was a different concept. Felix needed immunity to void since his domain could kill him with a mere touch if he didn't have it. Not even a peak resistance would be enough to protect him from his domain. Don't tell Felix anything. Lady Sphinx warned them. I swear that I will beat you up if he heard a whiff of this. Cough, of course. Don't worry. They understood that Lady Sphinx cared enough for Felix to keep such a secret from him. It was better to keep him in the dark and tell him the good news than raise his hope to the ceiling just to crash it. Since Felix had absolute confidence in Lady Sphinx's capabilities, it would be a truly hard blow. Chapter 795, The Universal Hall of Fame. Speaking about experiments, I remember that you have been experimenting on a potion that is capable of enhancing Felix's elemental tank. Thor mentioned. When they first discussed having Felix participate in the event, Lady Sphinx mentioned that she would be working on a potion that could cover Felix's elemental tank weakness. She didn't bring it up to Felix for the same reason. I am still working on it. Lady Sphinx answered. I believe the final test will be carried out in the upcoming month. Don't get your hopes up, it will be just a temporary enhancement. Lady Sphinx added. Well, it's better than nothing. Hormungandr said. How long will it last? Thor inquired, does it have any negative side effects? A couple of years at best. Lady Sphinx eyed him calmly. Do you think I would have taken such a long time to create the recipe if I wanted to have side effects? When Lady Sphinx does something, it was either perfect or close to perfection. She was a firm believer of not half-assing anything. Unbeknownst to any of this, Felix kept watching the recordings and marking dangerous abilities from some players he had never fought against. For example, there was Champion of the Fog Primogenitor, who was capable of putting the entire game map in thick fog. The fog itself was harmless, but the creator was the problem. As long as he was within the fog, he was untouchable just like a ghost. Felix. Check the network quick. Just as Felix wanted to dive in the details of this champion, Asna came rushing from upstairs with an excited expression. Something happened. Felix wondered. Asna sat next to him on the couch and brought out a holographic screen. It was a media conference held by the SG Alliance Game Committee. There were 5 of them, and they were wearing an official red outfit that made them resemble flight attendants. Hall of Fame officials. Felix murmured. Is this true? Landlord has been decided to be included into the Universal Supremacy Games Hall of Fame. A reporter asked. Yes, it is a unanimous decision approved by all committee members. An elegant vampire with circular glasses replied to the question. But he didn't get any recommendation letters from the game's judge. Another reporter jumped in. They are called recommendation letters for a reason. A pale blonde elf with a ponytail hairstyle spoke calmly, we take them in great consideration, but we don't need them if we find a player worthy of being included in the Hall of Fame. Felix's latest game had finally moved the committee to take actions upon themselves and not wait for the judges to recommend Felix. It seemed like Sage Marshall either didn't recommend Felix due to leaving before his interview, or he had already used his recommendation letter for another player. It was most likely the latter, Sage Marshal wouldn't be that petty to hold it against Felix. Landlord has proven that he is more than worthy to have his name etched in history, especially with his previous remarkable performance. The vampire announced, that's why we have decided to etch his name with 3 achievements instead of 1. They will be, the first Dragon Slayer, the first human to win a Universal Diamond game, and the youngest player to climb to Diamond rank. The pale elf disclosed with a faint smile. Seriously? Doesn't that mean he will be placed higher in the rankings? That's huge. The other Hall of Famers will protest on your decision. How do you feel about that? The reporters exclaimed loudly at the announcement, knowing that most Hall of Famers had been included with a single achievement at the start. The Universal Hall of Fame wasn't just there to etch names and be done with it, in fact, it was a ranking of the best throughout the history of the platform. The only way to climb such a prestigious ranking was getting more noteworthy achievements. Well, it happened at last. Felix smiled while opening the SG Alliance main website. He went to the Hall of Fame tab and pressed on it. An ancient designed list was displayed before him, showing hundreds of names. It started with the number 1 ranker and ended with a player who was ranked at 500. Where did they place you? Asna growled, it better be in top 50 at least. Gimme a section. This chapter is updated by FREEWEBNOVELCOM. Felix typed his full SG ID in the search bar and pressed enter. Immediately after, his name got highlighted at the top of the list with his 3 mentioned achievements. 19, not bad. Felix expressed. He was really satisfied with his placement in the ranking. This was the most prestigious Hall of Fame for individual games. To be ranked as 19 from 500 players throughout the history of the platform was truly an honor. The ones ahead of him had plenty of achievements under their belts. The first ranker was actually the 4th Ancestral Dragon. He had more than 20 achievements written next to his name. It might seem like a lot, but most of those achievements weren't really that extraordinary. For example, the Ancestral Dragon was the first to blow the game map into Oblivion. It would have been spectacular in the old days due to the platform having many loopholes, but now? It was impossible to do it. Each map was designed with a threshold for destruction to protect the game map. There were many achievements that were just like this, achievements obtained by taking advantage of the platform's early days. Now? It was an achievement on its own just to be included in the Hall of Fame. Still, there were a few achievements that were great enough they garnered Felix's respect. Hehe, all of them are dead but you. Asna laughed in a sinister manner. Well, it isn't easy to stay alive for over 2 million years. Felix commentated while eyeing the deceased mark placed next to those names. He was the only one alive in the top 50 list. Queen, what do I get for this rank? Felix inquired. Players weren't wishing enter the Hall of Fame for merely pride and honor. It was for the benefits accompanied by their rank. Queen AI went forward and displayed all the benefits accompanied by his rank. / permanent 20% discount to anything purchased in the prize pool. Permanent 30% increase to your wishes limitations imposed by your rank. A prestigious Hall of Famer badge with your name and rank on it. Direct access to the 5th layer of the blocked information within the UVR. Authority to offer a single recommendation letter for players to join the Hall of Fame / Not shabby at all. Felix smiled with a pleased expression. Since he was ranked pretty high in the list, it was only natural that the rewards would be exceptional. For the Hall of Famers at the bottom of the ranking, they merely get 2% discount on the prize pool items and a badge. You must be pissed. Asna chuckled while poking him in the cheek cutely. Why? You already wasted half of your game point. FCK me. Felix covered his face in agony after being reminded of his latest purchases. If he had bought the natural treasures with the discount, he would have saved enough game points to buy another one. Next time don't leave the game too early. Asna laughed at his misery. Felix could only blame himself for not waiting a couple of minutes at the end of the game. He was so used to not getting recommended to join the Hall of Fame, he simply stopped thinking about it. Ah, feels bad. Felix leaned against Asna's chest and pouted cutely, I need some comfort. In your dreams. Asna pushed his face away from her chest, knowing that he was up to no good. Not wanting to give him more opportunities to take advantage of her, Asna swiftly went to the staircase. Tisk, what's the point of having her as my girlfriend if she can't even comfort me? Felix mumbled in annoyance while returning to watching the event recordings. Did you say something? Asna narrowed her eyes at him akin to a hawk from the stairs. Nothing. Felix coughed. Thought so. Asna blew him a kiss to tease him and returned to her bedroom. While they were being lovey-dovey, the news of him joining the Hall of Fame had gone viral on a universal scale, especially when he was ranked in the top 20. It should have happened much earlier. He was robbed of so many astonishing achievements in his past games. Games in the human platform branch do not count, unless you want him to join the lesser Hall of Fame. Congratulations, landlord. You have done us proud. It was only natural that his fans would feel thrilled by the news. None of them were that surprised by the announcement. After all, if Felix didn't make it to the Hall of Fame after slaying a dragon, then the entire platform should be boycotted for discrimination against humans. Chapter 796, I am a big boy. Felix received many congratulation messages from Olivia and the others close to him. He was even invited to a party that was held in the UVR to celebrate it. Seeing that it was being made by Olivia and his grandfather, Felix decided to take part. Do you think he will be mad at us? Olivia asked with a worried tone while eyeing a 3-layers birthday chocolate cake. Don't worry, Felix has matured and experienced hell in his journey. Robert patted her in the head, if he can slay a dragon, overcoming his trauma of birthdays should be doable too. Let's hope so, I don't want to upset him in his party. Olivia murmured while placing candles on the cake. Unbeknownst to Felix, Olivia and Robert were taking advantage of the party pretense to hold Felix a birthday party. He would turn 24 in 3 days. Robert always wanted to celebrate Felix's birthday, alas, he knew that Felix never participated in a birthday party ever since his parents died. To learn about your parents' death at a young age was already a serious blow to any kid. But, when it happened on your birthday and learn that the only reason they died was due to rushing towards the party, that was a major traumatic experience. Ever since then, Felix never mentioned birthdays, hosted his own, or participated in another one. It truly pained Robert to see Felix like this. 3 days later, in the evening, Felix and Asna could be seen locking arms together while standing before an invitation link. They were dressed beautifully, making them resemble a couple from fairy tales. Since it was a party, naturally Asna wasn't going to sit back and watch Felix have all the fun. Don't cause trouble. Felix warned her one last time before pressing on the invitation link. Stop treating me like a child. Asna pinched him in the arm in annoyance while breaking into light particles. The moment they reopened their eyes, they found themselves standing in utter darkness. Did we teleport to the run? Before Felix could finish his sentence, the lights were turned on simultaneously. Olivia, Robert, Malak, Eric and the rest all jumped out in the open while shouting, surprise! Pow pow! Everyone blew confetti at Felix and Asna, showering them with little pieces of colorful plastic. Their gorgeous outfits were ruined but neither one of them cared about it. Happy birthday Felix! New Year! New journey! Happy birthday son! Everyone started clapping in enjoyment while wishing him happy birthday after seeing his stunned expression. However, when they switched their eyes to Asna, everyone stopped clapping at once and just kept staring at her with dazed looks. So pretty! Olivia murmured. How is it possible that she is more beautiful than in the videos? Eric wiped his spilling saliva, feeling like he was making a grave sin by just staring at Asna. As expected of Captain, even his girlfriend is at a universal class, sob, sob. Leo couldn't even finish compliment before breaking down in tears at how unjust this universe. In his eyes, Felix already had too much, now, even the perfect girlfriend was his. It just didn't feel fair. Hello everyone. Asna greeted with a faint charming smile. I am going to cry in the corner. The moment Leo saw her smile, he sobbed even louder and dashed to the corner of the hall. He didn't dare to keep looking at her for long, knowing that he might die from envy. I will bring you tissues. Ronaldinho followed him with reddened eyes too. After those two drama queens left, Noah went forward and shook his hand with Asnas politely. Then, he patted Felix's shoulder and returned to his table, where his sister was sitting. Only after his eyes landed on his sister, did his expressionless face fell apart and a tiny content smile emerged. Meanwhile, Felix didn't even see any of this. The moment he saw the birthday decor and the giant chocolate cake on a table, the suppressed memories of his 11th birthday surged all at once. 13 years earlier. In a small cozy apartment in New York, Manhattan, Felix could be seen blowing balloons with the nanny. The living room was already decorated with balloons and a giant poster that says Happy 11th Birthday Felix. Your dad and mom will be thrilled about your decoration. The nanny smiled kindly while helping Felix with taping another balloon to the wall. That's if they came, I am sure they have a lot of work to do. Felix said with a calm tone. The nanny didn't know how to respond. She wanted to comfort him and tell him that his parents had assured her about their attendance, but she would rather not crush his hopes again. She knew that his parents loved him dearly, but the nature of their work was truly too taxing on them. As much as they tried to empty their schedule, there was always something urgent happening that needed their supervision. In his previous birthday, both of them wished him happy birthday through FaceTime. So, Felix matured much earlier due to the disappointments he lived through by his parents. The only reason he didn't throw tantrums was because he could see that his parents really tried to make time for him. If he had to blame someone, it wouldn't be his parents, but his family's cutthroat business system that enforced them to keep working like this to avoid losing their place. How about we invite your cousins? The nanny proposed. No. They are too stuck up. Felix replied. Even little Oli. Felix paused for a second before shaking his head. I would rather not take part in such a boring party. Okay. The nanny sighed, please come home fast. Unbeknownst to her, Felix's father and mother had been turned to ash just a few minutes ago. Their helicopter blew up straight after crushing into a building. The worst part? The accident happened merely a few kilometers away from Felix. Yet, he had no idea about it and just kept decorating his birthday party. Half an hour later, Felix was sitting alone at a table that had 3 plates. He knew that his parents weren't going to show up. If they intended to come, they would have called him earlier. But just like every kid, he still had a tiny bit of hope that his parents would burst through the door and make him the happiest kid alive. Alas, he waited and waited, still, not a single knock on the door. The chocolate cake in front of him was starting to melt from the sides. When Felix saw the drops of chocolate falling into the plate, he had a strong urge to cry. But, he was a big boy, who was used to disappointment. A big boy, who understood his parents' woes and troubles. I am big boy, I am a big boy. Felix kept repeating while clutching his pants tightly, trying his best to hold his tears from flooding. His head was lowered, but a few drops of tears could be seen falling into his lap. I am a big boy. Felix picked the plastic knife in his hand and cut a piece of the cake with his hands shaking. He didn't blow a candle, he didn't make a wish, he didn't hear a birthday song, he just placed the melting piece of cake on his plate and picked a plastic fork. Yet, he didn't eat it. He kept staring at the 2 other empty plates with reddened eyes. He picked the plastic knife again and cut another piece, he put it on his father's plate. Just as he tried to cut another piece, a loud crash resounded from the kitchen. Nanny. Worried, Felix dropped the knife and went to the kitchen. The first thing he saw was the nanny lying on the ground. Distressed, Felix sat next to her and shook her arm. Thud. A home phone fell from her hand face down. A faint voice was heard from the speaker, attracting Felix's attention. Immediately, Felix picked up the phone, wanting to ask for help. Alas! The moment he put the speaker next to his ear, he heard the most horrific news a child ever needed to hear. Are you there, Miss Wineselly? Do you hear me? No matter what you do, do not let Felix know about his parents' death. You hear me? I am coming immediately to pick him up. Robert's agitated and pained voice boomed as loud as thunder in Felix's ears. Grandpa? What are you talking about? Upon hearing Felix's trembling voice, Robert went quiet all of a sound. Grandpa. Felix knew that he was still there, he could hear his rugged breathing from the speaker. Felix, pass the phone to your nanny. A few seconds later, Robert requested with a gentle voice. She is on the ground, I think she fainted. Felix informed. I see, please splash some water on her face to wake her up. Robert tried his best to avoid mentioning Felix's parents. Okay. Felix placed his hand in a glass water and splashed it on the nanny's face. In a few moments, she opened her eyes and saw Felix's dazed expression. When she spotted the phone in his hand, her heart sunk to the bottom of her stomach. Thank you, young master. She quickly stood up and hugged Felix gently with her eyes watering. She stopped herself from crying and took the phone from Felix's hands. Elder, it's me. She said. Good thing you are okay. Robert sighed, pack up and wait for me. I am taking a flight as we speak. Understood. Clug. Robert hung up the phone without mentioning the accident again. Let's go eat your cake, it must have melted by now. The nanny held Felix's hand and took him to the dinner table. When she saw that he had prepared 2 pieces for his parents, she finally couldn't hold back her tears anymore. I am sorry, I am so sorry, I am so sorry. She hugged him tightly and kept apologizing while crying her heart out. Sorry about what? Felix was smart enough to connect the dots from what Robert said and his nanny's reaction. But, he was still in a denial, refusing to accept the horrendous reality before him. Tell me, why are you sorry? Is it for the birthday party? You are scaring me, Nana. Felix kept speaking with a traumatized expression and tears flooding down his chin uncontrollably. I am so sorry, you don't deserve this, you don't deserve any of this. Alas, the nanny merely kept sobbing while caressing his golden hair, not having the guts to tell him that his parents were gone on his birthday. What's worse, they died while rushing towards his birthday party. Nanny and Robert knew that if Felix caught wind of this, he would blame himself for their death. Too bad, that's ended up happening even when Robert delivered the news a week later. How could Felix ever celebrate a birthday after this? Who could celebrate a birthday when your parents died in it? In his eyes, celebrating it was the same as celebrating the death of his parents. Chapter 797, The Birthday Party. Felix, are you all right? Asna asked with a worried tone after seeing a single tear falling down Felix's cheek. When Robert and Olivia saw it, they couldn't help but start to regret holding this birthday party for Felix. It was forever since they saw Felix cry. They knew if he cried, it only meant that he still hadn't moved on from his parents' death on his birthday. Oh, this? It's just a new face exercise. Felix chuckled while wiping his tear with his sleeve. Gramps? Little Oli, what's up with those looks? Felix scolded jokingly, are you regretting celebrating my birthday after everything I have done to you? How selfish! When they saw that he was being all chirpy and happy, they honestly didn't know if he truly wanted to celebrate or just masking his pain. Unbeknownst to them, that tear wasn't out of sadness but happiness. The memory of his parents' death sure stung his heart like hell, but when he saw how crowded his party, he felt at peace. His girlfriend was holding his hand, his family was here, his teammates were making fun of Leo, his subordinates were looking at his respectfully, and even his masters were watching over him kindly. Compared to his empty birthday party 13 years ago, he truly had gained countless people at his side. Felix might have lost his parents, but he had gained many people who loved and cared for him as a friend, as a family, as a student, and lastly, as a lover. Come on, cue the music and let's get this party started. Felix clapped his hands while walking towards his grandfather. He gave him a big old hug and whispered in his ears, "I am fine, Gramps, I am really fine. That's all I ever wanted to hear, son." Robert patted him in the back with a proud look. After they separated from the hug, Felix went and brought Asna to Robert. "This is Asna, my girlfriend, ow. Nice to meet you, Elder Robert. I heard a lot about you." Asna greeted politely after stepping on Felix's toe with her heel. "Ho ho, it looks like this little rascal has won the jackpot with you." Robert complimented while chuckling. "He approves of me." Asna blushed while lowering her head shyly. Seeing such reaction almost melted everyone's hearts, not knowing that her real personality was that of a sadistic queen. Felix went on and introduced Asna to the rest. Then, he left her to hang out with Olivia and the other girls. He wanted her to have some interaction with other people beside himself and the tenants in his mind. Who knows, she might even make friends with Olivia, Sylvia, and the rest. "So, how did you meet Felix?" Olivia narrowed her eyes at Asna, not trusting her yet. She didn't care about her goddess-like beauty or her perfect figure, she just wanted for Felix to be happy with someone. "We met in ruins exploration." Asna coughed, a bit ashamed. She couldn't tell them the truth about their first meeting. It was doubtful if they would accept her if they knew that she tried to possess Felix's soul by penetrating his anus. That wasn't a cute romantic first meeting at all. "Sounds interesting," Sophia said with a gossipy look. "Did he save you from a trap? Did you end up splitting from your team and joined hands to survive?" "The first one." Asna smiled genuinely. It might seem like a lie, but she really meant it. Felix had indeed saved her from eternal imprisonment even if it wasn't intentional. "Kaye! That's so romantic!" Hina expressed excitedly. Sylvia couldn't help but exhibit a bit of envy before she hid it behind her cold expression. She might not have expressed her feelings, but Sylvia actually liked Felix. How could she not like him? At this moment, Felix could be considered as the most desirable man in the galaxy by every woman alive. He was the indirect leader of a federation, he was the strongest human alive, he was extremely handsome, he was a potion master, and last but not least, he was famous throughout the entire universe. He was the Prince Charming in real life. Only after seeing Asna face to face did Sylvia understood why Felix never made a move on her. While Asna was clicking with the girls and some nosy men, Felix was sitting with his subordinates in a corner table. "Any updates on the rocks?" Felix inquired with a serious tone. "Boss, this is your birthday." Eric scratched his head, "Can't you relax a little? If he asked, you answer." Malik smacked him in the head in irritation. "I am just saying. Eric is right." Felix smiled, "This is my birthday party, and it will look bad on me if I worked instead of entertaining my guests." Felix was used to not wasting time, he stopped trying to even relax a little unless he was completely exhausted. Tonight, he wanted that changed. Some time later, Felix could be seen sitting on a table while surrounded by everyone. There was a 3-layered chocolate cake in front of him, it had 2 candles in the shape of 24 affixed on its center. Robert lighted the candles and began singing Happy Birthday song to Felix. The others soon joined in the song. When their voices harmonized, Felix's memories of his 11th birthday overlapped with the present, the birthday that he had never received as a kid had finally happened. The moment the song ended, Felix blew the candles off after making his wish. It was a simple wish of having his parents live peacefully in the spirit realm. Clap clap. Everyone started applauding and whistling happily, feeling content that Felix had finally blown his own candles. Asna leaned next to Felix's ear and whispered, "What did you wish for?" Just as Felix wanted to answer her, Asna held him by the hair and tried to shove his face into the cake. Alas, this was Felix, his reflexes were beyond abnormal. Bam! His forehead smacked with the hard wooden surface of the table after he pushed the cake away from his face at the last moment. Everyone eyed him speechlessly. Ha ha ha! What an idiot! Only Asna's mesmerizing laugh resounded in the hall at the sight of Felix's reddened forehead. Let's see if you will laugh after this. Felix grinned faintly as he picked a piece of cake with his hand and smeared it all over Asna's gorgeous face and hair. You never mess with a girl's face and hair, you are a dead man, Felix. Asna's charming laugh had turned into a demonic howl, scaring the shit out of Felix. Hold him for me. Just like obedient students, Ronaldinho, Leo, Adaf, and almost all the men in the hall rushed to help out with Asna's request. F***ck, stop simping over my girlfriend and let me go. Felix cursed them after being tightly held by all of them. Sorry Captain. Leo apologized with a wide happy smile, I want to be thanked by the goddess. Same. Cough, I just want to see her be happy. I think I am in love with her. You sick bastards. Felix cried out loud, don't you dare join her cult as well. Shh. Asna placed her thin fair finger on Felix's lips, shushing him with a creepy gentle smile. Then, she pushed the cake closer to Felix and held him by the hair again. Before Felix could beg for mercy, Asna shoved him hard into the cake until half of his head was planted inside it. Clap clap. Olivia and the rest started to clap while laughing out loud in amusement as they watched Felix's head squirm within the cake. In a few moments, she pulled him out, making everyone burst in laughter yet again at the sight of his chocolate-covered face. Such an embarrassing situation truly wasn't befitting of a Hall of Famer. While everyone was laughing and having fun, Noah eyed the ruined cake with a faint sad look. I wanted a piece. He thought to himself while holding a plate and a fork. Chapter 798, Aspidicalone's Team L. 2 months later. Felix, we have received another team invitation by Jorgamo, the Silk primogenitor. Lady Sphinx informed Felix, who was currently training his conversion technique. I see, I will be checking on her champions soon. Felix replied. Don't forget, there is only 2 months left before the start of the event. Thor warned him, most teams will start training in the upcoming days to prepare for it. In other words, Felix didn't have 2 months to make a decision and pick a team but merely a few days at best. In the past 2 months, Felix had gotten a dozen of team invitations from Erebus, Siren, and even Kumiho. Still, he postponed responding to any of their invitations, knowing that this was a big decision to make. Don't worry, I will be deciding today. Felix assured Thor while opening a holographic screen. It was displaying Jorgamo's champions in Diamond/Radiant games. Spiderkin, I have yet to fight against one. Felix commentated while watching highlights of humanoid spiders with different sizes, shapes, and abilities. The race was called Spiderkin for a reason. It consisted of all spider species in humanoid forms or even monstrous forms. When it came to their population, they surpassed humans by many digits. However, the majority of them were considered from weak breed due to their thin ancestral bloodline. They could be considered as the commoners within the spider kin. As for the real upper echelon, they consisted of clans that perverse their ancestral bloodline purity at all cost, making them able to inherit silk manipulation and other enhancements if they were gifted. The champions before Felix were the current most gifted clan members. They weren't to be underestimated at all. Silk is truly a flexible element. Felix could only wonder as he watched those champions putting their opponents into silk cocoons just to crash them from within. Silk was already an extremely tough and durable material, in fact, it was 5 times stronger than steel while still enjoying the benefits of being soft and flexible. Now, imagine if silk was hardened or solidified. Even, Felix knew that it would be hard to break it apart with just his physical strength. I can't ally with them. Still, Felix didn't see himself joining their team. With his void abilities, he would be forced to keep worrying about touching his teammates with them. Their silk manipulation was astonishing all right, but their physical defenses consisted of hardened scales. Felix knew that even void seekers would cause them great harm if it landed on them. I guess I am back to the first invitation. Felix smiled wryly. Already told you so. Asna yawned lazily while lying on the couch next to him. Aspidicallone's team consisted only of heavenly turtles, with their indestructible shells and tough skins. Felix knew that he wouldn't need to worry too much about them. Even if a void seeker landed on them during the chaos, it wouldn't be capable of harming them at all. They only needed to worry about his void domain and void beam. Did you make your mind? Lady Sphinx inquired. Yes. Felix nodded while closing the hologram. Okay, I will contact him now. Lady Sphinx said. A few days later, Felix and his masters could be seen standing on a spacious arena with empty audience stands. Next to them was Aspidicallone in his humanoid form. I am glad that we have you in our team, child. Aspidicallone spoke with a kind elderly tone while patting Felix's head. The pleasure is mine, elder. Felix replied respectfully. Suddenly, 5 gigantic flashes of light appeared on the arena in front of Felix and the others. A second later, they turned to be 5 gigantic heavenly turtles. They didn't all appear the same. One of them was much larger than the rest and had a brown earthly shell on her back. Another one had a longer neck and a snapper mouth. Yet, the most unique one was a turtle with a spiky shell. Good morning, elders. All of them bowed their heads respectfully, then, they eyed Felix with various looks. Some were curious, some were disinterested, and some were outright ignoring his existence. It looks like some of them are still not convinced about having you join them. Asna giggled. They will be convinced soon. Felix grinned wickedly while staring at them in the eyes. Introduce yourselves to your new teammate. Aspidicallone wasn't concerned about the friction between his champions and Felix. He didn't set up a meeting in an arena for no reason. I am Solud, my SGID is Rotspawn. I am a mid-tier radiant player. The heavenly turtle with the long neck and snappers introduced nonchalantly. I am Yuika, but you can call me Barbie Claw. Also, a mid-tier radiant player. The biggest turtle of them spoke with a gentle feminine tone. Slagwing, high-tier radiant. The spiky turtle said while staring at Felix coldly. Felix picked up a tint of hate from his tone, making him unable to discern if he was simply a racist or hating on him for a different reason. Weber here. But you can call me Cloudface. I can't wait to talk to you about your void abilities. Oh, and I am a low-tier radiant player. A heavenly turtle with a thick short neck introduced happily. Nina, high-tier radiant. The last turtle spoke with a lazy tone, like she was going to sleep at any given moment. When it came to heavenly turtles, they were known for 2 main personalities, chirpy and chatty or lazily and cold. Those 2 truly portrayed the stereotype to perfection. As for their ranks, Felix already knew that Aspidicallone would bring only radiant players with him. After all, it wasn't that hard for heavenly turtles to reach that rank. Nice to meet you, everyone. Felix introduced himself with a faint smile. I am Felix Maxwell and known as Landlord. I don't mind referring me with either names. Currently, I am a low-tier diamond-ranked player. Nice to meet you. Excited, Weber waved his gigantic paw. Meanwhile, the others didn't even bother to spare Felix a polite nod, especially when they heard about his rank. Now that we have gotten rid of the introductions, how about a little spar to enliven the atmosphere? Aspidicallone proposed. Agreed. Thor accepted it immediately, knowing that Felix wouldn't garner his teammates' respect if he didn't beat them to plump. If Aspidicallone didn't suggest the friendly spar, he would have done it. I am willing to learn. Felix smiled politely. You will learn all right. Slagwing sneered while stepping forward, letting everyone know that he would be going first. Just as Felix wanted to step forward too, Aspidicalone held him by his shoulder. Haha, don't be too rush everyone. Aspidicalone chuckled, this is a friendly spar, so there should be some rules to help you learn more about each other. What do you propose? Hormungandr inquired. Little Felix should not use his void domain and my champion will not dig underground. Aspidicalone said, it won't be much of a fight if you defended yourself with the void domain or my champions hit underground. The FCK, how is this bullshit fair? A snick cursed instantly. Be chill, I expected as much. Felix still had the same polite smile even after hearing that he would be banned from using his strongest ability. Hehe, it's actually good that they brought it on their own. Asna snickered, now, when you thrash them, they will not have an excuse. Do you agree to the rules? Aspidicalone asked. Yes. Slagwing nodded with a hidden grin. He would be lying if he said that Felix's void domain didn't scare the shit out of him. He had watched the sleeper's useless attempts against it. Most importantly, he saw what happened to Exodial when he touched the void domain. I don't mind even if they went underground. Felix cracked his neck while approaching Slagwing, his ending will be the same either ways. Ha ha ha. Bold words. I love it. Aspidicalone laughed out loud. The same couldn't be said about his champions. All of them gave Felix a frigid stare, feeling like he was belittling them in front of their ancestor. You better wipe the floor clean with him. Rotspawn stressed telepathically. Don't disappoint me, Slaggy, or you can forget about your date with me. Barbie Claw threatened. Just make it quick, I don't feel like fighting at all today. Nina yawned. You guys don't have to worry too much. Slagwing sneered coldly, you think I will go soft with him after making my Yuika a substitute? No wonder he hated Felix's guts in his first meeting, it turned out that Aspidicalone had placed Felix in the main team straight away. Barbie Claw was the victim of Felix's sudden addition to the team. Alas, they could not object to Aspidicalone's decision. Felix's relationship with his masters wasn't the same as those turtles with their ancestor, his orders must be carried out at all cost even if it meant death. So, the only way to make him reconsider was by thrashing Felix right now. This would make him realize that he wasn't worthy of being part of the main team. Clear out the floor. Aspidicalone clapped his hands, resulting in everyone getting teleported to the stands. Only Slagwing and Felix remained standing on the spacious arena that was at least a couple of kilometers wide. You may begin. Immediately after hearing Aspidicalone's announcement, Felix opened a void rift in front of him and jumped inside. Slagwing heightened his senses, knowing that he could emerge at any given moment next to him, or worst, assault him with that horrifying void beam. Unfortunately, Felix did neither. Slagwing soon noticed tiny fluctuation in space emitting from the center of his body. The instant he noticed them, he swiftly tried to move away from it. Too bad, his gigantic size made it hard for him to move quickly, especially when he wasn't on mud to enhance his speed. Whoosh! Hence, a small void rift was opened right inside his stomach, managing to split it like it was made out of batter. A. Slagwing screamed with a twisted expression that conveyed immense agony. Sadly, that was merely a small taste of the hell he was about to experience by having his unprotected organs in direct contact with the void realm. No! Slagwing howled in utter horror as he sensed the void energy disintegrating him from within. Because of his remarkable endurance and durability, he didn't die even when half of his vital organs had been erased from existence. Aspidicalone and the rest of his champions could watch Slagwing screeching in pain while being covered in void energy. He resembled a dead elephant being devoured by a swarm of flesh-eating locusts. After a couple of seconds, nothing of Slagwing was left behind, besides some drops of blood and a tiny void rift. It wasn't even bigger than a baby's fist, yet, it was enough to wipe out a heavenly turtle in mere seconds. A moment later, Felix opened a new void rift next to it and stepped causally into the arena while wearing the same misty black poisonous outfit. He uncovered his face from the poisonous mist and turned towards Aspidic alone and his champions. "Who's next?" he asked calmly. Chapter 799, Aspidic alone's team LL. Cough, that was hardly a fight. Thor scolded Felix from afar, "This is a spar, don't end it too fast." "I will try." Felix scratched his nose. "Ho ho, not bad at all." Aspidic alone's eyelids twitched at their shameless interaction. Whoosh! A moment later, Slagwing was revived on the stands, next to his teammates. When they looked at him, they saw that he was shivering slightly while staring at Felix. He really was traumatized by Felix to the point he forgot about his mission to seek justice for his girlfriend. Pathetic. Barbie Claw scoffed at the embarrassing sight of her boyfriend. "Did you even study his abilities properly?" Rotspawn frowned. Unlike Slagwing, he understood that Felix had 3 abilities that needed to be watched for: Void Beam, Void Domain, and Void Rift. He had seen how Felix used his Void Rift to attack Sunny. Sure, it failed due to her space sensitivity being high, but the same didn't apply for them. They were massive, slow, and had a normal sensitivity to space. This made him understand that the best way to avoid getting killed by a Void Rift was to start moving the moment the fight began. After all, Felix wasn't really opening space rifts inside their bodies, but in an area that was inhibited by them. If they moved away before the Void Rift popped out, they would be safe. "You're so full of sh*t, go try it please." Slagwing offered with an infuriated look. "Watch and learn." Rotspawn said calmly as he teleported to the arena. "You seem confident." Felix smiled, "I hope you will last longer." TCH. Rotspawn clicked his tongue in irritation, knowing that he couldn't shit-talk after that poor display by Slagwing. "Ready? Start!" Aspidic alone announced promptly. Without delaying a single moment, Rotspawn liquefied the ground beneath him, turning it into a muddy area. Then, he retracted his limbs and slid on his shell rapidly towards Felix. Seeing that Felix hadn't jumped inside the Void Realm yet, Rotspawn opened his mouth widely and spewed a barrage of hardened brown boulders. Whoosh whoosh! Felix watched the approaching rocks with a carefree expression. Just as he was about to be smashed by the first boulder, Felix snapped his finger and blinked above Rotspawn. Then, he lifted his bandana, exposing his dreadful void eye. "Void Beam!" He mewed softly while aiming at Rotspawn's shell. A purplish flame emerged in the center of his void eye before turning into a condensed tiny dot. Then, there was no then, Rotspawn had been pierced through by a thick illuminating void beam before he could even lift his head. Impossible! In utter disbelief, he could only stare at his disintegrating gigantic body like he was being erased by the Queen herself. He was too shocked, he didn't even feel the harrowing pain accompanying his body falling apart. How can he use Void Beam without being in Void Realm? Nina's sleepy expression was gone instantly. What the hell? Was our reasoning wrong about his Void Beam? Barbie Claw exclaimed. Woha! Nicely done, Felix! Weber cheered in excitement. All of them had seen how much trouble Felix went through to use Void Beam against Sunny. They reasoned that he couldn't use it much sooner because he needed to be in Void Realm to power it. After all, such a penetrative and destructive ability would consume a tremendous amount of energy. They weren't wrong in their conclusion. Unfortunately, they had no idea that Felix had consumed a potion made by Lady Sphinx that helped him enlarge his elemental tank significantly. He drank it last month and realized that he was capable of casting Void Beam at least once before tapping out. Too bad, its effects can last for only 4 to 6 years at best. Felix sighed while blinking back to the ground. Who's next? Felix wondered while putting a new outfit on him. This time, Aspidic alone's champions didn't get provoked to fight him instantly. They knew that his energy should have been restored back to its peak. This meant, regardless of who decided to fight him, a single void beam was more than enough to erase them. I guess we are done with the spar. Thor grinned widely as he patted Aspidicallone's shoulder. I guess so. Aspidicallone's lips twitched at thought of his champions being utterly hopeless against Felix without even using his void domain. As agreed upon, the captaincy will go to Felix. Lady Sphinx mentioned calmly. What? No. We can still fight him. No way he will be our captai. Silence. Aspidicallone yelled at them coldly. He always had a kind and elderly demeanor, but that didn't mean he would tolerate his descendants openly rejecting an agreement held by primogenitors. Still fight him? As long as he is capable of shouting void beam in the open, you can't defeat him. None of them let out a peep after being scolded like this. They knew that he was right. Felix's void beam was able to travel at a supersonic speed. They could not evade it in time with their massive size if he fired it at them from a close range. What's worse, he was aiming at their fat ass shell. Usually, they would laugh at anyone who target their shell since it was indestructible. But against Felix's void beam? It was the cause of their downfall. In other words, Felix simply was their absolute counter. Now, go down there and pay your respects to your captain. Aspidicallone ordered strictly. Although they were upset besides Weber, they still went down there and bowed their heads at Felix respectfully. No need for such a formality, we are teammates. Felix smiled faintly. Haha. Let's have fun together. Weber laughed cheerfully. Meanwhile, the other four appeared like they had just swallowed a bitter pill at the thought of a human leading them. Sure, he destroyed 2 of them without even using his void domain, but they were still against having him in their team, don't even mention being their captain. But Felix didn't give a crap about their respect or approval. If they didn't listen to his orders, he would simply complain to Aspidicallone. The elder would rewire them to be more obedient. Now, let's talk a bit more about your opponents. Aspidicallone said with a stern expression while creating a giant holographic list. The list was filled with teams' names and their members' details. There were 12 teams, each made out of 6 champions. Every team belonged to a primogenitor. There were some teams that had only one race, such as Cherif's team. It was made out of 6 red dragons. Some teams were mixed completely, creating a perfect synergy. Sora's team, Mananangle's team, and Wendigo's team were the perfect example. All of their teams were mixed with vampires, Astrians, and lastly, gremlins. Because they were part of a single faction, this would boost their chances of winning at least one game. If they ended up against each other or such, the champions were forced to fight at the peak performance even if it was against their ancestors' team. The prizes will be made public during the starting ceremony. Aspidicallone ordered, for now, I need you to spend the next 2 weeks studying every champion in those teams. Felix and the others nodded in understanding. After those 2 weeks, we will be conducting practice fights with their copies. Aspidicallone said, I want nothing less than a perfect winning streak. Understood? Yes. Meeting dismissed. Aspidicallone waved his hand at them, kicking them outside his private room. Then, he turned to Lady Sphinx and said, Have you heard? Lord Osiris might be joining this gathering. It's just a rumor. Lady Sphinx said. Who knows? He might take part and bet a few monoliths from his collection. Aspidicallone shrugged his shoulders. Lord Osiris, the Death Primogenitor, was known for owning the second largest collection of monoliths after Lady Sphinx. Unfortunately for Lady Sphinx and Aspidicallone, he never bothered to even communicate with them, don't even mentioning trading his monoliths. What's worse, he was even more isolated than Lord Chaos, making it impossible to reach out to him. I doubt he will take part in the festivities even if he decided to appear. Thor smiled wryly. He is really dead inside to enjoy such events. True. Well, one can only dream. Aspidicallone chuckled. Although Lord Osiris didn't have champions or any known descendants like Lord Chaos, he could still make his bets on other teams and champions. The rest applied to other primogenitors without champions. As long as they joined the gathering, they were considered as taking part in the games whether they wanted or not. This entailed, they would be required to put out a prize for the winners or accept a favor from them if they asked for it. A favor from Lord Osiris would move even primogenitors to fight for it, don't even mention champions. Chapter 800, Lord Osiris and Lord Quetzalcoatl. In Manananggal's cozy ancient-designed living room, Saurus and Wendigo were sitting on separate leather armchairs while drinking tea. "Did any of you see the list of the participants?" Saurus said, "Those bastards have decided to join Aspidicalon's team. Killing him will be hard if he is protected by heavenly turtles." Wendigo mentioned. "We still need to try our best." Manananggal mentioned, "The event will be the best place to get rid of him since he can't use surrender coupon." Indeed. Having heavenly turtles as his teammates can be a little beneficial to us. Saurus mentioned, "He won't be able to use his void domain if he is close to them." True. Heavenly turtles' sizes could reach up to 60 meters at best. Felix naturally couldn't use his void domain when next to such giant creatures. Still, I believe our best shot will be in the individual game. Manananggal said, "We will have 6 players all aiming to kill him first." In individual game mode, alliances and telepathic communication were blocked since primogenitors were allowed to send in 2 players. However, it didn't mean that players couldn't focus on a single target. Make sure that your champions understand that their primary target is that little shit. Wendigo said coldly, "It doesn't matter if they lost or died, just kill him." That goes without saying. Naturally. In the eyes of the Darken faction members, as long as Felix stayed alive, he would always be that tiny splinter stuck between their nail. They just had to get rid of it if they wanted their lives to return to normal. 2 months later, Felix could be seen sitting with his legs crossed above Weber's head. The rest of the team were lining up next to him, resembling a bunch of giant statues. If seen from afar, Felix wouldn't even be spotted, yet, he was the captain of those 5 titans. Felix had clicked it off with Weber's easily compared to the others due to his chatty and chirpy personality. As for the rest? Well, they were forced to get accustomed to him whether they liked it or not. Today will be for the ceremony. Be on your best behavior. Aspidicalone warned while floating in front of Felix and the rest. Everyone nodded in understanding, knowing that even their ancestors needed to be respectful in front some of those guests. "Let's get going then." Thor clapped his hands twice and teleported everyone to the event venue. When Felix opened his eyes, he found himself within a noisy field that was packed with champions. The teams were lining up in straight lines next to each other. Because of the heavenly turtles' towering sizes, they attracted everyone's attention immediately with their entrance. They really added Landlord to their team. He has been teleported at the forefront. Doesn't mean he is their captain. Wait, are you being serious? The champions couldn't help but exclaim in bewilderment when they saw that Felix was spearheading the team. They already knew about his participation in all 3 games by joining Aspidicalon's team, but they never expected him to be their captain. This is too humiliating. Slagwing grit his teeth at the mocking looks they were being given. He knew that this would happen. After all, they were heavenly turtles, the second strongest race in the universe and the rivals of dragons. It simply didn't sit well with everyone to see them being led by a human. Just ignore them. Barbie Claw sneered, "Soon, they will regret not having him in their team." Indeed. Rotspawn nodded, "I would rather have him as an ally than be against him with those dreadful void abilities." The practices and many spars in the past 2 months had made them truly dread Felix's strength and wits. They had fought with many copies of those teams, and they managed to win against them all with minimum effort due to Felix's strategies. When it came to wits, cunningness, and scheming, Felix was a top dog in his field. While the champions were waiting for the ceremony to kick off, the primogenitors were having their own gathering at the top floor of the arena. It looks like the majority have arrived, Hormungandr said as he walked through the crowded floor with Lady Sphinx. There were more than 20 primogenitors socializing with each other. Lord Chaos had drawn the most interest due to the news of his void domain mastery spreading to all primogenitors. Both Lord Osiris and Lord Quetzalcoatl are here. Lady Sphinx couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after spotting those two beings, sitting in the same table as Lord Chaos. Osiris was an ashy grey-skinned human with a long black goatee and pupilless dark eyes. He was wearing a white tight-fitted robe that was held by the waist with a long red cloth. He wore a weirdly shaped black hat that covered his entire scalp. Yet, what gives him away as the death primogenitor was his soulless cold expression. He was neither laughing with the others nor speaking too much. He simply sat with them expressionlessly akin to a block of ice. Meanwhile, Lord Quetzalcoatl was the total opposite of Lord Osiris. He was exhibiting an aura that was filled with life and vigor. He was communicating with the other primogenitors in a lively manner, making it impossible for anyone to believe that he was actually the life primogenitor. Appearance-wise, he was taking a humanoid form of a feathery green serpent with two folded wings behind his back. Just like Lord Osiris, he was also wearing a weirdly square-shaped hat. It was red and was donned with many green lush feathers. They thought that Lord Osiris might be making an appearance, but they never expected for even Lord Quetzalcoatl to come as well. It must due to Lord Chaos' void domain mastery. Hormungandr reasoned. That's the only thing capable of alluring those two beings to emerge from their isolation. After all, they were part of the original 4 primogenitors to master their own elemental domains. Let's go say hi, Thor said as he walked towards Lord Chaos' table. When they were spotted approaching the table, Lord Quetzalcoatl's eyes brightened up in delight. Brother Jurmai! Brother Thor! You guys are alive! He exclaimed while standing up. Lord Quetzalcoatl, were you living under a rock or something? Thor said speechlessly. Haha! I have been spending my time in the spirit realm, so excuse my ignorance. Lord Quetzalcoatl laughed as he stepped forth and hugged Thor and Hormungandr together. No one was weirded out by the hug, knowing that Lord Quetzalcoatl was extremely friendly. After they broke the hug, Lord Quetzalcoatl smiled widely as he eyed Lady Sphinx. Then, he approached her with his arms wide open, wanting to give her a hug too. Don't even think about it. Lady Sphinx placed a palm on his face and shoved him away. Tisk, my intentions were honest. Lord Quetzalcoatl clicked his tongue after being denied. Of course they were. Lady Sphinx's lips twitched, knowing full well that Lord Quetzalcoatl was too playful. If he was given even a tiny chance, he wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of her body. The only reason he didn't have descendants was because he refused to be responsible over the birth of many races with control over life element. In his eyes, life element wasn't a gift that could be spread out carelessly, only those deemed worthy were allowed to have control over life. I hope you are doing well, Lord Osiris. Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Hormungandr greeted with a respectful serious tone. Lord Quetzalcoatl was the only one overly friendly within the Lord's circle. The others needed to be paid utmost respect. Lord Osiris nodded his head faintly at them in response, then, he returned to his frozen posture like he was mummified. After greeting Lord Chaos and the other primogenitors on the table, they took a seat with them and joined their conversation. As I was saying, I have freed more than 1,000 souls and revived them in new bodies just to piss the soul's guardian. Lord Quetzalcoatl chuckled. The hell? Why are you pissing him off? Thor wondered with a baffled look. Well, he keeps kicking me outside the spirit realm every time I sneak inside. Lord Quetzalcoatl coughed. I just want to experience the spirit's universe. But he is being a cheapskate. Interesting. Lady Sphinx raised an eyebrow. What method are you using to infiltrate the spirit realm? I can't even peek at it for a few seconds with my spiritual vision before I get found out by him. The rest of the primogenitors had their ears perked up in intrigue as they approached the table. After all, the spirit realm was one of the many unsolved enigmas in the universe.